Good morning, we're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and equipment. Then and only then will they have the ability to enable their equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I would like to apologize to the public for a late start this morning. Our executive meeting took much longer than I anticipated, so I do apologize for our late start this morning. The first case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00011 Cinco Solas, license number 113277. This case has been canceled due to the filing of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00008 Aqua 1A2, license number 131013. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Andrew Petro, your access has been elevated. Susanna Petro, your access has been elevated. And Ellen Opper Weiner, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Mr. Chair, Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the applicant, CAMERON MIXON.
Good morning, sir. Who is the protestant in this case? I'm not sure. Okay. Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name and your relationship?
Yes, sir. Ellen Opper Weiner, that's ELLEN. Last name is Opper Weiner, OPPER hyphen capital WEINER. I am a representative of ANC 6B, the protestant.
Okay, ma'am. So are you the ANC or are you an attorney?
I'm both.
No. The reason why I'm asking, because I'm looking at your email address, and so that's why I was just trying to find out. So you are the ANC. So you're representing the ANC
6B.
6B.
That is
And
correct.
are there some other individuals on? Are they part of the protest then? I mean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask Mr. Mixon. This has been protested by the ANC and is it just the ANC, sir?
Also a group of individuals.
Okay, so who represents the group of five or more?
Okay, this is Andrew Petro, representing a group of five, and we have those people here. Also, please elevate David Escobar, because he's also part of the group. And we understand they need to identify themselves today, and we have the fifth member also here with us.
All right, so I wasn't given a briefing, and so Mr. Mixon, the group of five or more, were they given stand-in or were they given partial stand-in at the roll call?
Conditional standing at roll call.
Who was at the roll call? Who was at the roll call hearing?
I was here, Andrew Petro and Susanna.
Mr. Petro, hold on 1 minute, please, okay?
Okay.
Who was at the roll call hearing? Because I wasn't given this information. So I want to hear from the applicant first, and then I will confirm. So who was at the roll call hearing and how many members were supposed to be present today?
Mr. and Mrs. Petro were both present, as well as one other member, the name of whom escapes me.
No, there is.
Hold on.
Well,
So, so you're saying there were three people at the roll call hearing, and so therefore we need 2 additional folks today. Is that correct?
No.
From the license. Hold on, Miss Oppenheimer. I mean, ma'am, you represent the ANC, so you're out of this, please, okay? Because you're fine. So so you are the representative from the ANC. I was not given. I need to get a copy of the transcript from the roll call.
I could clarify this for you if you would like.
All right, hold on 1 more, please. This is all right. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Petro, you represent a group of 5 or more. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And how many people were at the roll call hearing, sir?
2 members of our group were at the roll call hearing.
Who are the 2 members? Who are the 2 members who were at the roll call hearing, sir?
Me, that would be Andrew Petro.
And Susanna Petro.
Yeah.
Can you please spell both names for the
Yes.
record?
Yes. Andrew, Andrew Petro.
And Susanna Petro.
Good, thank you. So you were granted conditional stand-in at the roll call hearing, meaning that 3 additional folks who signed the petition need to identify themselves today.
Yes.
Who are the other 3? So who's here?
Yeah, we can go
we
to
start with
Angela Grimmer.
Angela Grimmer? That is.
Have her
Yeah,
have
here we
her
are.
identify, spell her name for the record, please.
Angela Grimmer. I'll spell it. Angela, capital Grimmer.
Okay. And who else is here?
There are 2 others that are on a separate line. David Escobar, I think if he's not already elevated, he needs to be elevated.
He's
Oh,
there.
there, okay.
Mr. Escobar, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hello, my name is David Escobar, spelled D-A-V-I-D. Escobar, E-S-C-O, B as in boy, A-R.
And who else is there? Who else is here today?
Yeah, Caitlin.
Yeah, hi, I'm Caitlin Williams. CAITLIN WILLIAMS.
Okay, so is there anyone else? So we have three. 1, 2, 3. So we have three. Okay, hold on, please. All right.
Do we still have audio?
Yes, just hold on, sir. Hold on. All right, so Mr. Mixon. So we have Mr. Escobar. We have, I'm sorry, Miss Williams, and we have, I'm sorry, what's the name of the third individual?
Ms. Grimmer?
Miss Grimmer. Did they sign? Did they sign the petition initially?
Yes.
Yes.
No, Mr. Mixon.
That is my understanding, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Pedro, I'm not trying to ignore you. I just need to so I have not seen the protest petition. I just saw the transcript, and so the transcript did state that only 2 members were present, and that that 3 additional members who signed the petition had to show up today. Yes, 3 additional members showed up, but I just want to make sure that these 3 additional members who showed up, that they had signed the protest petition, and that's one of the reasons why I'm asking the licensee, because he would have seen this information, which I don't have. So that's one of the reasons why. I'm sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I have just reviewed the protest letter, and all 5 names are
Right.
and signatures are on it.
And so that's one of the reasons why I'm asking the licensee from the licensee. Now, if the licensee, or I'm sorry, if the applicant, if he stated that Mr. Escobar did not sign the protest petition, then I would ask for the agency to provide it to me, so therefore I could determine whether or not that person's name was on it. So that's one of the reasons why I'm deferring initially to the applicant for them to confirm from their perspective who was present, and if the applicant, I'm sorry, if the licensee, if they have confirmed that, then I can go move forward. And so conditional standing was provided to the group of 5 or more at the roll call hearing. Today, 3 additional members did appear, and so therefore we now have the proper numbers to constitute a group of 5 or more. And so with that, I make a motion that standing be provided to the group of 5 or more to participate in this protest hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. So full standing has now been granted to the group of 5 or more to protest this matter. So the 2 protestants now in this case are ANC 6B and the group of 5 or more. All right.
Excuse me, could I thank you for that?
Yes,
And
Mr.
may I
Pedro.
just ask a question? May Ms. Grimmer leave the meeting at this point?
Yes, sir.
Feel
The
well?
parties can leave except for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Because the parties can leave except for you, sir. You have to, as a representative, you have to stay. And if Ms. Williams needs to take care of that 6th protestant, she can leave to take care of the 6th unnamed protestant. All right. All right. Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
For the applicant, Mr. Chair.
Yes, for the applicant. Any?
None on the applicant side.
Okay. Ms. Oprah Weiner, any preliminary matters as on behalf of the ANC that you need to bring to the attention of the board? Just basically, not any it's not substantive issues, but any procedural type of issues or you might have at this juncture, ma'am.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Petro, now any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the parties? To the board, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the only thing is we want to be sure that in these coming weeks before the protest hearing, if there are any negotiations between the other parties, the applicant and the ANC, for example, that those do not occur without our knowledge.
All right, Mr. Petro.
Full awareness of any of that.
All right, Mr. Pedro, I was about to bring something to your attention. Okay. All right. If there's a settlement agreement reached between the applicant and the ANC, your protest falls. This board cannot order the licensee, the applicant, and the ANC to make you a part of their discussion, sir. We cannot. And we cannot, this board cannot order the applicant and the ANC to have you sign a settlement agreement. That's up to them if they want to do that. But I'm just saying by operation of law, if a settlement is reached between the ANC and the applicant, then your protest will fall. Okay, it's just that's what the regulation states, and there is really nothing that the board can do to for that to occur. I'm hoping that the parties they have the type of relationship that you will be in contact with the ANC, and that the ANC will.
About the story of Ellen.
And
yes.
I have, I guess, two questions about that. One is I understood from what I read that you have the prerogative to drop our protest, but you don't necessarily have to, that it's a discretionary matter.
No. If a settlement is reached between, if the ANC and the applicant agrees to a settlement agreement, by law, your protest falls. That's what the law says. It's mandatory.
Yeah.
And the case is over.
All right. And then the second question deals with the issue we do have is that, I mean, you're saying that even if we're left out of any discussions, we don't know what that settlement agreement even says, that you would drop our protest?
Yes, sir.
Does that seem at all fair or reasonable?
Well, it's not my decision, sir. That when the council wrote the regulations, because the ANC represents the community as a whole, so the council, in their wisdom, basically determined that since the ANC represents the community, that if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the applicant, that your rights are covered.
Okay, because I think the board needs to know that we already had an issue with the ANC not being willing to show us drafts of agreements. So given that, I think we have a serious issue there. I think the board should just be aware of that. I understand you have your rules, but I think you should know that there is already an issue with that type of transparency, and it's I think a big problem.
And unfortunately, there's nothing that the board can do regarding that issue, sir. Unfortunately, I don't have the regulations in front of me, but I will make sure that our legal office provides you with a copy of the statute that clearly states that if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the applicant, that the group of five or more their protests will fall. And there's really nothing that the board can. And the reason why, and not because you mentioned it to me, I was going to mention it to you today, because we have had cases where the group of five or more have written motions to the board to ask the board to move forward with a settlement, to move forward with the protest, because the ANC and the applicant did not have them participate in their settlement discussion. And unfortunately, we have to share with the group of five or more that the board does not have the power to do anything once a settlement has been reached between the applicant and the ANC.
Okay, then I guess we just have to hope that that policy, the behavior of the ANC changes going forward.
Ms. Oppenweiner, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't want to sit here and listen to the statements that are not true.
I'm not. I don't know if it's true
No,
or not. I'm just stating. Even if that wasn't mentioned, I was gonna state. As a routine matter, I always advise group of five or more that if a settlement is reached between the applicant and the ANC, that their protest falls. So I always do that. And I thought I was going to do that anyway. Once that grandstanding, I was going to do that anyway. But as I'm not, the board is not taking the statements as factual, and the board is not going to be even involved with it. So whatever happens, all that the board does, if this matter goes to a hearing, it goes to a hearing, and if this matter is settled through a settlement agreement, the board will. I also want to advise you also, Mr. Pedro, that if this case goes to a hearing, the ANC, then the parties have to determine who's going to be the litigator at the protest hearing. So the parties, so say for example, even if this case goes to a protest hearing, we're not going to have a protest with the ANC and a protest with the group of five or more. What the law states is that you two would have to work together and determine who's going to represent the protestant at the hearing. So either it's settled, or if we go to a hearing, there's only going to be one representative at the protest hearing. So just want to let you know that that is going to happen also. Okay. If this matter goes to a protest hearing, do the parties? I just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing. So let me read. Are the parties familiar with a process to go to a protest hearing in the sense, well, you know what, let me read the instructions. Okay. So all right, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for protest on May 7th at 1:30 p.m. All right, now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protest about, so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following the hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter 7 days prior to the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form or the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you are aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 90 minutes to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. For cases, for cases where there is more than one protestant, where this case is, pursuant to section 1612.8, the board is requesting that the protestants designate one individual to represent the groups protesting the application. So that's what when I stated earlier, if this matter actually goes to a protest hearing pursuant to section 1612.8, we are asking that one party be designated to represent the protestant at the hearing. Any questions? Mr. Mixon? Hold on, I'll get to you, man. Mr. Mixon, any questions, Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Oppenweiner?
No, I believe, the, I just wanted to be sure, does that mean that the number of witnesses is limited to 5?
To 5. If this matter goes, it's going to go to a protest hearing, and if you need to have more than 5 witnesses, you need to file a motion to the board asking for additional time and additional witnesses.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Petro.
All right.
Or Mrs. Petro, you're on.
Yes, I have a question related
ma'am.
to the legal procedure. So now I understood from what you said that if there is a negotiation between the lawyer that is at this meeting and Miss Ellen Oppenweiner, we can be left in the obscurity of this negotiation. They are not due to share the result of their negotiation with us. Is that correct?
What I'm saying, ma'am, is that I cannot order them to have you participate in their negotiation. That's all I'm saying. I cannot,
Okay.
if they want to share, but I cannot order them to have.
Okay,
I can't say to, yes.
I understand, but the question is there any law that prevent them for sharing with us, with the neighbors? For example, can Miss Ellen Oppenweiner share any negotiation that she reaches with the restaurant? Can she share it with our group, or is it prohibited by your law?
Well, there's no rule or regulation that prevents that from happening. But as you're aware, if there is a settlement agreement, the ANC has to vote as a body to approve the settlement agreement. So therefore, so yeah.
But we understood also, if that's correct, otherwise please correct me, that before voting on the settlement agreement, it's let's say it's a good practice of the ANCB to share it with the closest neighbors that we will be strongly affected by this operation. So I expect that they share it with us before voting, or it's not even true.
Well, ma'am, I remember I'm answering the question. I'm answering your question by the only thing I can say. I cannot order the ANC to have you participate in discussions. Hopefully the parties, because you are protesting in whatever discussion that they're having, hopefully the parties will include you in it. However, the board cannot order that the parties include you in this negotiation. The board cannot order that they share prior to it going to the ANC for a meeting. The board cannot order them to share it with you, ma'am. That's all I'm saying. We cannot order them to do anything. If they want to share it, they can, but the board cannot, or we don't have any authority to order them to do anything otherwise.
I thank you. I thank you. I thank you very much for all of your explanation, and I will kindly ask to Miss Open Winner to share with us everything that she can share, because we will be deeply affected. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am, and I'm hoping that the parties, whatever discussion that they have, that they will cooperate to come to some reasonable conclusion to this matter. Okay. All right. So if this matter is now settled, we'll see you at a hearing on May 7th at 1:30 p.m. Okay. Thank you very much for being here today. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
The next case in our calendar is case number 24-251-00038, Power Nightclub Lounge Restaurant, license number 104228. Excuse me. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on March 26, 2025. See Board Order number 2025-159. The next case on our calendar, it's a cease and desist. This is for case number 24 ULC 00030 Legacy DC, which is an unlicensed cannabis retailer. Good morning again, Mr. Ort. Can you please elevate the rights of the attorney and the investigator in this case, and any other parties for this case?
Sure. Yutong Zhu, and I'm guessing supervisor investigator Jason Peru.
Yes.
And that is all true.
Please. Mr. Zhu, is your client going to be here this morning, or you're just
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yep. Yutong Zhou for respondent Legacy DC, YUTONGZHOU.
Good morning.
Correct.
Mr. Peru.
Yes, good morning, Board. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, JASONPERU.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Okay, hold on. All right, this is cease and desist here, and it's my understanding on August 9th, Supervisor Investigator Peru issued warning letters for illegal cannabis operation named Legacy DC at 1937 14th Street on September 17th, 2024. Supervisor Peru conducted undercover buy and $40 worth of cannabis products were bought. So the agency issued a cease and desist, and so therefore, Mr. Zhou, on behalf of your client, you're challenging that hearing today. So I guess this is your challenge in this order. So you should share with us what is it that why you're challenging our cease and desist.
Mr. Chair, so as a preliminary matter, I wonder if we can do this today. Because my client also recently got summarily closed and padlocked by the agency as well, we're working with the OAG to work out a settlement to address both the summary closure and the cease and desist order. And at the same time. So I wonder if we can just say like we stay the proceeding today, and then I just simply make a statement on behalf of my client, and we'll fully resolve the cease and desist and the summary closure through our settlement with the OAG at a later date.
So you're asking us to stay this matter, so therefore this issue can be addressed um, 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 in the summer closure hearing that the Office of the Attorney General will handle?
Yes, yes. And but also I would like to make a short statement on behalf of my client as well today. Because I think we wouldn't have this hearing anymore after we resolve the cease and desist and summary closure with OAG.
Um, so all right, so you want to you're trying to resolve the so you'd want to resolve the cease and desist hearing through the summary action, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that. Because I think it's for efficiency. It's the same establishment, so there should be no issues with us resolving it that way. All right. So you say you want to make a statement.
Yes.
What is it that you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my client wants to thank the opportunity to address the board regarding the cease and desist order and also the recent summary closure. We really appreciate your time and considerations. We work toward a resolution of the matter with the Office of Attorney General. And first, my client wants to express their disappointment that they were not afforded this hearing prior to the execution of the summary closure order. Well, we understand that the agency and the board derive their authority from the statute. We also believe the statute might be unconstitutional. And if we choose to challenge it, we were confident in the case. However, in the interest of resolving this matter efficiently, our clients are prepared to concede the cease and desist and focus on moving forward through the summary closure order. And with respect to the summary closure order, we want to use this chance essentially to urge the board and also to allow our clients to re-enter and access the third floor of the leased premises. The closure has caused significant financial harm, with both floors collectively incurring over $30,000 in monthly rent. Additionally, our clients have also updated their Google listing and also among other listings to reflect that they are closed, and they have already communicated that status to their former customers. And also our clients are fully committed to compliance at this point, are prepared to sign an affidavit affirming that they will no longer engage in any sort of gifting or I-71 practices. And and I know it's also on the agenda today for the board to review. My client has submitted a medical cannabis internet retailer plan, and regarding the application for Legacy DC as a medical cannabis internet retailer, we understand that it will be on the board. It will be for the board to review later. And this application represents a very much delayed effort for our clients to participate in the legal market. And our clients have developed, I think, I fully believe, a compliant business model under existing laws, and are eager to introduce this brand back into the DC cannabis market. And I believe that this will benefit both the community and also the integrity of the regulated industry as well. And also, additionally, since I mentioned the internet retail, I understand that my clients facing challenges with the 400 feet rule, where internet retail has to stay 400 feet away from a school, secondary school, or recreation center. And however, we want to essentially in the future we'll submit future evidences that we believe that our client's current location is more than 400 feet away from the Harris Center, and this belief is based on the older ABCA. I believe this might be an order, or this might be a advisory opinion in the matter of an interpretation of DC Official Code Section 25333, number 2019-446. It is issued on the by the board on May 22nd, 2019. It addresses how in the alcohol context, where we should count the lease line and actual control line, because in our case, the Harrison Center, the building is much, much further away than the lot line that it actually shows where is Harrison Center. And also additionally want to point out that other businesses understand they might derive this authority from statutes, but we want to point out that the box convenience store, this is another medical cannabis dispensary, and also liquor store, they operate much closer to the community center than my client's proposed location. So our client want to submit that it will be inequitable to deny our clients based on this issue. And in the end, in closing, I just want to say, Legacy is fully committed to compliance and will now engage in gifting practices again. And they are very ready to launch the medical cannabis internet retailer business model. And with the board support, it could be operational within 2 or 3 weeks. And that's why we want to ask the board for your support and also for your assistance in moving this process forward. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. We look forward to working cooperatively with the board and the agency to resolve the matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I mean, it's in the transcript. I mean, there's no need for us to respond. And the board is, we're continuing this matter so it can be resolved. So we're continuing case number 24 ULC 00030, so it could be resolved in a pending summary matter that at a future hearing to be determined. Okay, thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a good one.
All right, bye-bye. Mr. Peru. All right, the next case in our calendar is a fact finding here, and this is for Tree House, license number 131472. It's a retailer, CX. It's a request for a new CX multi-purpose license. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the potential licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. Nassar Jahanbin, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all turn.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, I need your client for them to be on camera. If they're able to.
Yes, I believe so.
So, is it male or female? Okay.
It's a male.
Okay, so, Mr.
Nessa?
Mr. Nassar, I saw a desk. Okay, fine, thank you. Mr. Jackson, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Jeff Jackson, JEFF, agent for the applicant.
Mr. Jahabin, can you spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
My name is Nassar Jahanbin, Nessar, last name Jahanbin. I'm one of the owners at Treehouse.
Is it Jahanbin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, this is you're applying for a CX license, and CX license are licenses that are being granted to under Section 25113G. A multi-purpose facility is defined as a theater, university, museum, conference center, art gallery facility for the performance of sports, cultural or tourism-related activities, indoor park, and a building facility that primarily serves as a recreational playground or workspace. And we can issue 2 types of license, which is retailer, on-premise retailer Class C, which permits the sale, service, and consumption of spirits, beer, and wine, or a Class D, which permits the sale, service, and consumption of beer and wine. All right. So, Mr. Jackson, can you please tell us about this business plan and tell us what type of business this is, sir?
So basically, sir, this operation is located at 4722 14th Street Northwest. Total occupancy is 48. They're currently operating as a multi-purpose facility. So they do have art exhibits. They do have poetry readings. They're going to have yoga events. That's not going to involve alcohol. They're going to have, say, maybe a jazz show, a dance theater show, and other type of events that's not open to the general public. It will not be open nightly. There will be no cash involved. You can't pay at the door. All the events are booked in advance, and the only way you can gain entry if you've been invited to the event by whoever's sponsoring the event.
So,
And we would.
but all right, all right, this is okay. A multi-purpose facility is defined as a theater. Is this a theater?
No, sir, it isn't.
Is it a university?
No, sir, it isn't.
Is it a museum?
No, sir, it isn't.
Is it a conference center?
No, sir, it isn't.
Is it an art gallery?
Yes, sir, it is.
So tell us why, give me more information. What was this a art gallery? The certificate, what is the certificate of occupancy said? And tell me why is this an art gallery?
Yes, the certificate of occupancy has approved for retail art gallery use with accessory entertainment and live music.
So art. So what type of art? Well, when I said I'm not the connoisseur of art, but
Yes.
I'm asking you, said it's the art gallery. So give me more information that you're saying it's the art gallery. I mean, why is it an art gallery? I mean, what is it that what's the exhibition? What is it that they plan to show? How often? How many pieces of art? What art? Just give me the business plan about this art gallery, sir.
Right. So the art is basically like maybe.
It can be like maybe, sir.
No. Okay. For example, if you have a producer of art that would like to have the art exhibited, and it would be displayed at the particular treehouse. Now, originally, when we submit the application, we were struggling with whether we should go for a tavern or the multi-purpose. And we was given the suggestion to go for the multi-purpose because of the various events that would be at that location. So I originally thought that it should be a tavern, but we said that we would take this suggestion and apply for the multi-purpose because the tavern is basically not open to the general public. And we're going to have certain exhibits and different type of events there. So we were willing to go with the tavern license, but we were told to apply for the multi-purpose license to see if the board would approve the multi-purpose license. But I'm open to transferring that to the tavern.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is that if you want to have because this is it's a fact find here in the sense of I'm looking. The board looks at your business plan, and the board would say to the agency, "We think that this would qualify for multi-purpose," or we would say back to license. Well, they need to apply for a different type of license. So they need to apply for a tavern license, or they need to apply for a restaurant license. I guess what I'm saying right now, are there any piece of art currently? Are there any art on exhibit right now?
Mr. Nasser, could you explain that?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Jackson. Members of the board, thanks for the time. We don't have an art exhibit currently showing. I know that our business model is unconventional, but we are a multi-purpose space. You could argue that we're a cultural space, and the majority of our events are surrounded by the concept of art. So we have classes where people teach dance. We have jazz shows. I myself teach art there. We have had art gallery shows there. So it's hard to define, but everything has to do with art. It's just multidisciplinary art. And we would like to have a spirits, beer, and wine license to go along with that, because at our jazz shows, for instance, we're being asked if we could have spirits there to accompany the jazz. And in other contexts, I think it makes sense. Now, yoga, I don't know if morning yoga should go with a cocktail, but we want to have the option for, especially for our night events.
But you can have a A CT license. You can have a tavern license too. You can serve alcohol. I mean, you can apply for a license. You have the license, and you can do what you can serve. You can sell and serve alcohol. You don't have to file any paperwork to say you don't have to serve food. You don't. You can serve food if you so desire. If you don't want to serve food, you don't have to serve food. So you can qualify for a CT license. I mean, a multi-purpose license. It's only it's reserved. The statute is specific that it's reserved for these other entities. So if you're not squarely, if you're not a theater, if you're not a university, if you're not a museum, if you're not a conference center, if you're not an art gallery, if you're not a facility for the performance of sports, cultural, or tourism related activities, indoor park, and a building facility that primarily serves as a recreational playground or workspace, then you can't qualify for a multi-purpose. You qualify for different type of a license. So if you're struggling to fit one of these categories, then you're not. You're either, well, it shouldn't be a matter of interpretation. It should be you're um I'll give an example. I'm the Kennedy Center, so therefore I'm a performing arts center, or I'm a museum, and so I'm a art gallery, or it's a cultural center. It's a culture. If we know it's a cultural center, if we know it's an indoor park, so we know it's a recreational center. So it either is or isn't.
Well, I would argue that it is.
It is what, sir? I'm sorry. It is what?
Well, we are a cultural center, and obviously we're not Kennedy Center, but we do many of the things that Kennedy Center does. We have jazz shows. We have, you could say that dance is a form of sport. We teach breakdancing there. Culturally, it's a hip hop and jazz space. Now, I don't know the benefits of having a multi-purpose license in respect to a tavern license. I don't know what the benefit is or how, but I was told by Mr. Jackson and other colleagues that we are coming in front of the board so that the board can tell us what best fits what we're doing. I have no idea what the difference is with tavern and multi-purpose license.
Well, a multi-purpose license is a license that once we give it to you, you don't have to apply for entertainment endorsement. You have it. You can do whatever you want to do as long as it's legal. For the most part, I'm being very generalized. But say for example, if we give you a tavern license, and if you want to do entertainment, then you have to apply for an entertainment endorsement. If you want to have dancing, you have to apply for dancing and cover charge endorsement. And so a tavern license, if you want to have the extras, you have to apply for it. If we give you a multi-purpose, once it's provided to you, you're and I believe the multi-purpose license, I'm trying to figure out, I think the multi-purpose license might be a cheaper, more, it might be, well, art. I don't know the price. Let me not go into the prices because I'm not quite sure how much it costs for a multi-purpose than a tavern. So, but there is a financial cost in a sense, a different type of license. There's a financial cost for these licenses, but the board is very careful if we were to authorize the agency to issue a multi-purpose license, because as I stated, once it's granted, you can have entertainment, you can have cover charge, and you do not have to come back to the board to ask for permission to have an entertainment or cover charge. But for a tavern license, you would have to apply for an entertainment endorsement. You would have to apply for a cover charge and an endorsement. And if you want to have dancing and whatever else, you would have to apply for those endorsements separately, while all of those comes automatically with the multi-purpose. And so I gave the Kennedy Center as an example because I think I think reasonable minds would agree that they know what that is. And there are a couple of places that if I throw an art gallery out, recent people will all agree that it's an art gallery because you currently have exhibits, so you have a rotation of art that is always up. So if I was to come to your facility today, you'll have an exhibit, or you're in transition because you just took one exhibit down and you're about to put another one up. So I'm putting these out there because reasonable people could agree that this is an art gallery, or this is a theater, or this is a tourism related, or this is a cultural center in the sense that um, all right. So anything else you want to state? I'm going to have the other board members, but I guess let me ask the board members if they have any other board member, if they have any questions that they want to ask either you or Mr. Jackson regarding your business operation.
And I just want to add, Mr.
Hold on,
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead. Yeah.
And I just want to add, the reason why we was considering multi-purpose, because the tavern won't be open to the general public. So you can't go inside Treehouse and purchase a alcoholic beverage any other time. Only you'll be able to have access during the event. So you can't gain entry to the establishment at all.
But that's not that. There's no prohibition. There's no prohibition. So you can still have a tavern license. You can still have a tavern license because remember, the law is that if you're going to sell and serve alcohol in a commercial space, you must have a license. And so either you apply for a one-day license, and which can be costly. Excuse me. Which can be costly, that you apply every time for a one-day license, or you apply for a tavern license or a restaurant license or some other license that you don't have to keep on coming back and ask for and apply for a license. I think when a board member had a question.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Quinn.
Yes, I have some questions for the applicant. Am I understanding correctly that the space is currently open?
Yes, it is.
So how recently have you had an art exhibit?
Our last visual art exhibit was last month.
Okay, and how frequently do you anticipate having them going forward?
To be honest, as far as a gallery, I don't see it being as lucrative as we'd like. It's a lot of work. We don't have the Rolodex of collectors and buyers. We do it as a community thing. Our last art exhibit was a nonprofit. The people in the nonprofit took photographs and wanted to share, and it acted as a fundraiser for them. So we have white walls. One of our walls is completely white. We leave it that way for the possibility of using it as a gallery. But the front of the house, the part that we don't want it to have a bar, is designed in a way to be modular. So we don't keep furniture up there. We keep it wide open so that depending on what the event is, we can move things in and out. Right now, we've been focused on classes. So we teach art classes, yoga classes, dance classes. Tomorrow, we have a glass class, someone that's teaching people how to make bottles. I consider it a cultural space. And from what I'm hearing from the chair is that we are looking to get a multi-purpose license because we don't want to have to come after those endorsements every time we have an event.
And I know you mentioned that you are teaching some art classes. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and maybe some other examples of the kinds of classes that are available in this?
So my partner teaches drawing, beginner drawing, and chalk. I do watercolor and acrylic. My last class was a landscape beginners class, landscape watercolor class. Again, it's hard to define what we are trying to do because we're trying to do so many things. but we want to be able to open up the door to other things as they take shape. Because a lot of times people hear about us from the community and they come and they say, hey, I know how to crochet. I'd like to teach crocheting, or I have a band and I'd like to do a show. I have a nonprofit. I'd like to do a little gala. It's very multi-use. So I think the license that we're going after makes perfect sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? I mean, I think if you have, even if you have a tavern license, when you apply for the tavern license, you can apply for entertainment endorsement. I know that Mr. Jackson is aware of the different endorsements, so you can apply for them as a part of the tavern as a part of a tavern license. With a multi-purpose license, you don't have to apply for it in your initial application. It comes automatically. So an entertainment endorsement comes automatically. A cover charge comes automatically, but the other types of licenses, you have to apply for it. So I'm not saying that if you want to have entertainment, you can't have that. It's that when you apply for the license, you would have to check off the box to say, I want to apply separately for an entertainment endorsement. I also want to apply to have a cover charge because I want to charge money for people to come in. So that's just one of the difference in the initial application process. And I believe that since Mr. Jackson's been practicing in this area for a period, that he can advise you there. Is there any other comments? I don't know what information you provided to the agency, but if you believe that you have a more thorough business plan of what it is that you plan to do, I mean, I would ask that you provide that to the agency. But any final comments that you want to make before I bring this matter to closure?
Yeah, I don't know how to exactly move forward. You did hint.
Well, this is what's going to happen. The board will, based on the fact finding hearing, the board will say to licensing, we believe that they qualify for a multi-purpose license, and so therefore you need to process their application for multi-purpose license. Or the board will say, we don't, based on what was presented today, we do not believe that they qualify for a multi-purpose license. You licensing division should tell them to pursue a tavern license or whatever other license that you believe they qualify for. I know what Mr. Jackson has stated, that you initially started with a tavern license, and maybe that's the type of license that you should qualify for. But the only thing that we're going to do is that the decision is that we're going to say to our licensing division that we don't have enough information to say that they qualify for a multi-purpose. You then need to process their application under either a tavern or or a restaurant, or if you believe that there is a different license class that they qualify for.
And
So if I may, I would like to address any concerns so that we can move forward with the multi-use license. You mentioned the Kennedy Center. Like, our goal originally was to reach out to Kennedy Center to be a satellite location for them. With the change in leadership and power, not only does our space become more vital to culture here in DC as far as the arts and culture, but we really won't even approach them for the next 4 years. But I think that we hit on a lot of those aspects that centers like the Kennedy Center, Lincoln Theater, Howard Theater, we're not big like them, but we are doing those things on a grassroots level. And you mentioned there's a potential financial drawback. We're two guys that are artists. We're paying rent and we're trying to find ways to generate we essentially we have a community center. You can talk to our neighbors. So it would really simplify things if we can move forward with that multi-license. And I'm here to address any concerns to please the chair and the members.
So are you in a residential or commercial building?
We're in a commercial building. We're across from the bus barn on 14th. There's a bunch of construction happening with Metro across the street.
So this is this are you aware of the zoning for this area? Is it residential, commercial, or mixed use?
I believe it's mixed use, but all my neighbors are commercial. The 2 blocks that we're on and adjacent to are all businesses.
Yes, Chairman, it's mixed use MU3A.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Jackson. And so what would be your hours of operation? And what hours would alcohol be served?
So what we told the ANC is that, I mean, we're open at different hours all the time, but as far as when we would be serving alcohol, it would be no later than midnight out front on the sidewalk. We would basically shut it down at 1, but that's like just the circumstance of a jazz show or something running over. There's been problems on the block with other bars and how it's affected our neighbors. And we let our neighbors and the ANC know that anything that the neighborhood tells us to do, we will do, because we don't want to be a problem. We don't want our guests to become a problem.
But what would be your hours of operation? You have to tell me what the hours of operation. For example, if we're going to give you a license, we're going to give you a license to operate from 7 a.m. till 1 a.m. or 7 a.m. That doesn't mean that you have to open at 7 a.m. If you can open at 10. But if we show up, if you decide to open at 7 a.m., so your license is going to say what your hours of operation, which you can decide that, say if we grant you a license to say you operate from 7 till 7 a.m. in the morning until 1 a.m. in the night.
That's accurate.
You, however, can decide that you're going to open at 10 a.m. and you're going to close at 12.
7 a.m. to 1 a.m. sounds accurate.
No, I'm just giving you an example. So when I was asking you what are your hours of operation, so and what hours would you serve alcohol? It's just that that ABCA, if a investigator shows up, say if we approve you to operate from 7 a.m. to 11, then one of our investigators can go there at 7 a.m. and expect that an owner or an ABC manager will be there at 7 a.m. because your hours, if that you're open and your hours of operation says 7 a.m., but you can decide that I'm not going to open at 7 a.m. I'm going to open at 10 o'clock, but that's fine. Or then but so I was just asking you, what is it that you envision your hours would be? So you're saying you envision that the hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. till up till about 1, and would you be serving alcohol during that period of time, or is it like although I'm open at 7 a.m., I'm not going to serve alcohol until 10 o'clock, between 10 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock in the night. I was just asking you just an example. This is not saying that you're tied to this. I was just generally asking you, sir.
No, I understand, but the numbers that you threw out there are spot on. I would say 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. just because there may be some early yoga classes at 7 a.m. and a jazz show, if we're having one that night, may run into 1 a.m. Alcohol, I don't see any circumstances where alcohol would be served at 10 a.m. Alcohol would probably start around 7 p.m., 8 p.m. when the jazz show starts.
Mr. Chairman, the application that we submitted, the hours of operation we put down was 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. and alcohol consumption was 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. But we just put down those hours, but we didn't anticipate that we'll be open that late, but we just put down the maximum hours.
All right. Was it me? Did I lose or did you guys?
I think we lost you for a second.
Oh. The last thing I heard, Mr. Jackson, was that you said that, and I am home in the District of Columbia practicing. I don't know what happened.
Oh, no, I said that the hours of operation that we submitted in the application was 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday through Thursday, Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. Alcoholic service was 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. We just put down the maximum hours, but we don't anticipate opening that late.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Earlier, I believe you mentioned that you had a occupancy rate of 58. Was that what you were mentioning?
No, 48.
48.
48. And
Yeah.
so the proprietor and his partner were mentioning alcohol outside. Are you guys looking to also serve, have table seating out front of your establishment?
Yes, we applied for a summer garden as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sidewalk cafe, yes.
Any other questions by any other board members or from any other questions by any board members? Any final comment, either you, Mr. Jackson, or Mr. Jabahan? I just bad with names. I apologize.
It's
I'm on the bring.
No, just thank you for your time and for listening. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, the board will take this matter under advisement, and we will issue a decision to instruct the licensing division whether or not we believe that this qualifies for a multi-purpose license or whether or not licensing should move forward with a tavern license or any other license. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you
for your time.
Have a great day.
Too.
And with that, we're at the end of our calendar for the morning. So let's now do our agenda items. The first agenda item that we will do Am I back? I have no idea what is going on. You see, we were speaking this morning in executive about internet connection, and I have no idea what is going on this morning. But our IT Jose, please, if I'm speaking and if I'm gone, please alert me. So sometimes I'll realize that everyone is gone from the screen, but like when I was speaking, everyone was here, but I didn't realize that I wasn't there with you guys. All right, so let's start at the beginning. So it's our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda, it's a review of a settlement agreement. This is Pier Wine Bar, license number 131351. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the
I
motion.
second.
Mr. Grant and Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of notice of 8th emergency rulemaking. This is the Adams Morgan moratorium zone. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of request to extend protest petition deadline. This is for Conduit Road, license number 126024. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement. This is for Lamabar, Lamabar. The license number is 131411. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, to second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda alcohol addendum. The first matter on our legal agenda alcohol addendum is the review of a settlement agreement. This is for June Berry Garage, license number 128445. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing. This is for case number 24CC00023. The license number is 117463. This is Chesapeake Big Market. Let me see. Wait a minute, please. So the offer in compromise for this case, charge 1, sold alcoholic beverage to person under 21 years of age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. There is a fine of $3,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Number 2, under charge 1, suspension. The license shall be suspended for 10 days with 6 days stayed for 1 year and 4 days to be served from April 20th through April 23rd, 2025. Number 3, under charge 1, other terms. All employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the date of the OIC. Charge 2, failed to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783. There's a fine of $2,000 payable within 20 days, 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, no ABC manager or owner on duty. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There is a fine of $500 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing. This is for case number 24CC00024. This is Rose's Queen Liquors, license number 060 822. The offer in compromise is as follows. For charge 1, sold alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. There is a fine of $3,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Number 2, under charge 1, suspension. The license shall be suspended for 10 days with 6 days stayed for 1 year and 4 days to be served, which is April 20th through the 23rd, 2025. Number 3, under charge 1, other terms. All employees who serve alcohol beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC date. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, precipice of dismissal. This is for case number 24 CIT 00305. It's Creative Catering DC, the license number 099680. I make a motion that we approve the precipice for dismissal in this case. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Excuse me. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on this agenda, review of a notice of third emergency rulemaking. This is testing and remediation. I make a motion that we approve this notice. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of Legacy DC Internet Retailer Business Plan. This is Legacy DC. This is an FYI for the board. Number 3, review of untimely request for hearing summary closure. This is for Georgetown Smoke Shop. This is 24 ULC 00018. I make a motion that we deny this request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of offer in compromise. This is for in case number 25 ULC 00016, Apple Dream. And let me find the offer in compromise. The offer in compromise for this case. Number 1, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent shall cease operating as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products or taking any other actions that violated DC Code Section 7-1671.08. Respondent shall cease all cannabis activities on the premises. B, respondent agrees not to sell or deliver cannabis or cannabis products online without a medical cannabis license. 2, remediation, to remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred at the business, respondent will change its business model and operate as a licensed tobacco retailer under the trade name Apple Dream Tobacco. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Number 3, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1. Number 4, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that requirements of paragraphs 1 and 2 have been fulfilled. Respondent shall file a motion to lift the summary suspension showing it has satisfied the terms of paragraphs 1 and 2, and the district agrees not to oppose that motion should it agree that the terms have been met. 5, pending licensure. Respondent is not precluded from proceeding with its pending medical cannabis retail license application under the trade name Apple Dream. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis addendum. On the addendum, it's a review of an offer in compromise. This is for case 25 ULC 00008. This is Grul, Gurul. And the offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Number 1, the landlord affirms that it has received a non-redeemable judgment for possession of the premises as evidenced by Exhibit A attached. 2, landlord affirms that the unlicensed establishment was evicted by the U.S. Marshal Service on March 24th, 2025 as evidenced by Exhibit B. Number 3, landlord acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by the unlicensed establishment that remain in the premises and over which the unlicensed establishment has a legal right to return. Number 4, landlord agrees to not lease the premises to any unlicensed cannabis distributors at any time in the future. Number 5, landlord agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant to provide the identity of the new tenant, include the business name and owner, and permit ABCA to perform an inspection before the new tenant takes possession of the premises at any time thereafter. Number 6, ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to landlord for pickup at its office or at another mutually agreed upon time and location. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're now on our alcohol licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 13 requests. I'm going to review all 13 with the recommendations. And at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board votes to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review request to remove the license from safekeeping under new ownership. This is for Sushi Sato, formerly Bronze DC, license number 131883. The former license was 121843, so the recommendation is approval. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Vibes on H, license number 117754. Approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 3, review application for extend safekeeping of license. This is for Ziegfield's Secrets, license number 078663, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab, license number 090297, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Dancing Crab LLC, formerly Tin the Grill, license number 117245. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for M Street Entertainment LLC, formerly RIA, RIRA, license number 119608. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Lounge of 3, license number 113558. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Pearl's Bagels, license number 116638, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 9, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Mid-Cities Beer, Wine, Spirits, and More, license number 118072, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 10, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is D Conscious Cafe, license number 088623, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 11, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Sign of the Whales, license number 116058, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 12, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Mi Casa, license number 117679, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 13, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Restaurant La Perla, license number 060535, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approves the recommendation made by the chair for the alcohol license agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the supplemental alcohol licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 7 applications. I will review the 7, the recommendations, and at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that ABC board members approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Lucky Danger, license number 131210, recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Melange, Melange Foods, license number 131305, recommendation approval. Number 3, review application for stipulated license letter of ANC support for change in capacity. This is for trade, license number 099229, recommendation approval. Number 4, review request for storage facility permit. This is for District Wine Storage LLC, license number 20. This is for case number
25.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't make sense, but this is for 25 SC 00688. That doesn't make sense. That cannot be the license number, but all right. But recommendation approval Number 5, review a request to update the business address to 642 South Pickett Street, Alexander, Virginia, 22304. This is Get Plated Caterer's license. The license number is 117821. Recommendation approval. Number 6, review a request for approval to provide a gift of a branded countertop fridge that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. The license number, this is for Southern Glazers of DC, license number 086591, recommendation approval. Number 7, review requests for approval to provide a gift of Nationals baseball tickets that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This is for the license. This is for Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves the recommendation made by the chair for the supplemental alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our second supplementary alcohol license agenda. There is one application on this agenda, which is a review application to change class from wholesaler A to wholesaler B. This is No Rules Distributors, license number 112618. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC, there are 7 licensees on the agenda that the board will cancel. I will review the names and make a motion that the ABC board cancels these licenses. So number 1, it's Amen Cafe and Juice, license number 125378. The licensee requested cancellation. Number 2, Bullfrog Bagels Peche, license number 100249. Licensee requested cancellation. Number 3, Deco DEKO Cocktails, license number 117761. Licensee request cancellation. Number 4, Fraternal Order of Police, license number 060161. Licensee requested cancellation. Number 5, Ophelia's Fish House, license number 107668. Licensee requested cancellation. Number 6, CNC Catering Inc. License number 107473. Licensee request cancellation. Number 7, Taberna del Alberto, ALBARDERO. This is a caterer's license. The license number is 092199. Licensee request cancellation. Number 8, Buffalo Wild Wings. License number 099597. The licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion the ABC board cancels the licenses that were just placed in a record. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary, one-day, and substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 9 applicants. I will review the name of all 9, the recommendations, and make recommendations. And at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, the request from Zachary Toombs, TOOMBS, for one-day license class F. Screening of a documentary. This is April 21st. The license number is 132055, 150 attendants, 3 security guards approval. Number 2, a request from Stuart Morris, one-day license class G conference, April 10th. License number is 132026, 40 attendees, 1 security guards approval. The number 3, and I'm going to spell this, GNANA. The last name is spelled ANANDALINGAM for one-day license class G for a wedding, April 25th. The license number is 132045, 240 attendees, 6 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 4, a request from Joseph Raganese, RAGONESC, one-day license class G, soft opening, bar NG. This is April 9th and April 10th. The license number is 131843, 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 5, another request from Joseph Raganos, one-day license class G, soft opening, bar NG, April 12th. The license number is 131843, 80 attendees, 2 security guards approval. Number 6, this is for Management LLC, one-day substantial change reception. Nature of the substantial change to have live music in the street from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. This is on April 20th. License number is 116883, substantial change license 25 SC 00712 approval. Number 7, Sorrento and Zuma, one-day substantial change, flea market, nature of substantial change, to use license off premises at 1309 5th Street Northeast. This is on April 12th and April 13th. The license number is 113917. The substantial change license is 25 SC 00721. Recommendation approval. Number 8, Anna Restaurant and Bar, one-day substantial change, wine festival. The nature of substantial change to use a license off premises at 1309 5th Street Northeast. This is on April 26th. The license number is 098684, substantial change license 25 SC 00731. Recommendation for approval. This is Reg Mo Promo Holdings, a pub crawl. The Caribbean Bar Crawl. This is May 24th. The license number is 104072. Substantial change license is 25 PCE 00017. Approval for 1,000. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves the recommendation as put forth by the Chair for the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration's one-day substantial change and temporary license. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now at the Alcohol License Administrative Docket for Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. On this docket, there are 24 applicants, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approve the Alcohol License Administrative Docket for Wednesday, April 29th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And the final agenda item for today, it's our medical cannabis licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 7 requests. I'm going to review all 7. make recommendations. At the end of the list, I'll make a motion that ABC board members approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So this is standard retailer. Number one, review of standard application for a new standard retailer with delivery endorsement. This is for Best Stop Dispensary, license number 129285, recommendation of placard. This is standard manufacturer. Number two, review of standard application for a new standard manufacturer type 2 license. This is for AR Logistics LLC, license number 126855, recommendation approval. Standard internet retailer. Number three, review of social equity application for new internet retailer license. This is for Doobie Depot, license number 128439, recommendation approval. Request number four, review of safekeeping extension request for an additional 60 days for manufacturer Capital City Care, license number 125472, recommendation approval. Number five, review of safekeeping extension request for an additional 60 days for retailer. This is for Capital City Care, license number 117375, recommendation approval. Number six, review of packaging and advertising design. This is for Dreams Wellness LLC, license number 127574, recommendation approval. And number seven, review of packaging and advertising designs. This is for Metro Leaf, license number 127754, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the medical cannabis licensing agenda with the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the morning, and since the board has no other business this morning, we're now adjourned until our 1:30 hearing. I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development and action. Good afternoon, and thank you. We'll see you in executive session. All right, good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are four other board members: Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear, and that everyone's conduct is understood. We have 5 cases scheduled for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. The first case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00066, space DC, license number 124237. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case?
Good afternoon. Shawakana Atana, your access has been elevated. Sophia Maitis, your access has been elevated. And investigator Jarita Millington, access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
We are also waiting for Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller to join us.
Alicia Hogemiller, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. The licensee, do you have a camera to turn on? For the licensee, do you have access to a camera you can turn on?
Hello, I'm here. I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. All right, if you don't have a camera to turn on, then fine. All right. Let's start. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Ms. Maitis, can you please spell and state your name for the record? You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you. Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mietus, SOPHIA MIETUS, on behalf of the district.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ms. Hogan Miller, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller, ALYCIA HOGENMILLER, on behalf of the government.
Good afternoon. Mr. Atena, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Shawakana Itana, SHEWAKENAW, last name ETANA.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
Honor.
Oh, good afternoon, sir. Is this Ms. Maitis? This is your case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, fine. This is a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, then?
Yes, the licensee this afternoon has agreed to the settlement agreement terms. We have that agreement. We do not have a signed agreement yet to present.
We can do it the way we used to do it. So if you can put what the terms are on the record. I will ask him if he agrees, and the board will vote on it, and the case is over. You don't have to sign anything. So why don't you share with us what the offer in compromise is?
Yes, the offer and compromise terms are as follows. Charge 1, failed to follow settlement agreement. This is a first secondary tier violation. The statutory authority is DC Code Section 25-823A6. The fine would be $250, payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until that fine is paid. The second charge is failed to have available the settlement agreement, another first secondary tier violation. The statutory authority there is DC Code Section 25-711-8A3A. And for that one, the fine is a warning only.
And that's it, ma'am?
Yes, just 2 charges.
Thank you. Mr. Tanner, it's my understanding there's an offer in compromise. It's my understanding that for charge 1, you have agreed to pay a fine of $250 paid within 30 days. And for charge 2, you have agreed to a warning. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise for charge 1, a fine of $250 payable within 30 days, and for charge 2, a warning, be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The board will issue a board order, and so once the board has issued the board order, you have 30 days from that board order to pay the fine. Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right. So the government, the document does not need to be signed because the board has voted and accepted the offer in compromise, and so this matter is over. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Have a great day. And Ms. Middleton, thank you for being, I know you didn't introduce yourself for record, but thank you for being here today. Everyone, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to call the rest of the cases out of order. So the next case that I will call is case number 24 PRO 00125 Aurora Enterprises LLC, license number 128386. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. Rahel Casa, your access has been elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, access has been elevated. And that appears to be all term.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, JEFF JACKSON.
And is your client here, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And
Raphael?
Ms. Casa, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Rahel Casa, spelled Rahel, last name Casa, Kassa.
And you are the owner of the establishment?
Yes.
This was a protest hearing, and this was a case that was protested by ANC 5B. This case was scheduled for 141. Is there a representative of ANC 5B on the line? Mr. Oriana, can you please send an all call out to see whether or not ANC 5B is available to participate, sir?
Will do.
It's 141. We're waiting for the ANC 5B. This hearing was scheduled for 1:30. At 1:42, I will continue this case. Well, it's 1:42. This hearing was scheduled for 1:41. All right, well, this is a protest hearing. This application was protested by ANC 1, this by ANC 5B. I called the case. ANC 5B is not here. I'm making a motion that the protest filed by ANC 5B be dismissed. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. What this means is that ANC 5, the board will issue an order dismissing the protest. ANC 5B will have 10 days to provide the board reasonable notice why they failed to appear today. Failure by the ANC to respond to our notice within 10 days, and if the board, why they failed to appear, or whether or not the board determined that it was reasonable why they failed to appear today. After the 10 days, the board will instruct the agency to move forward with the granting of the license without any conditions. Have a great day. Thank you, Mr. Peru, for being here. Have a great day.
You too.
Then we have case number 25 PRO 00006 Urban Rose, license number 130743. This case has been rescheduled to May 14th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on the calendar is case number 25 PRO 00007 Lounge U. This hearing has been canceled while the parties engage in settlement discussion. And the next case on the calendar is case number 24 PRO 00112 Brishka El Jefe Takira, license number 129303. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Investigator Kendall Williams, your access has been elevated. Frederica Kramer, access has been elevated. Anthony Chase, access elevated. And Terrence Abraham, access elevated. That appears to be all turned.
All right, thank you. All right, let's start with who is the applicant in this case? Who's the applicant in this case? I'm sorry, who's that? Who's speaking? I can't hear, and who's the applicant in this case?
Are you asking me? I'm not sure.
Not you, Miss Kramer.
Okay.
Who is the applicant? So protest here, and who's the applicant in this case? Is there Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Who's the applicant in this case, sir?
His name is Mr. Naeem Mud, the owner of Breeza Taqueria.
Mr. Mudd, that's the name of the...
Is this elevator Naeem?
All right. Mr. Mudd?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
1 second. It's not letting me allow the camera.
Is it not allowed or you don't know how to do it? Which one is it?
Probably don't know how to do it yet.
All right, hold on.
And then I have an attorney is in there, but he cannot unmute the thing.
What's the name of your attorney, sir?
Faisal Gill.
Gill?
Yes.
All right, Faisal Gill. So I think the
here.
attorney.
Yes.
Or do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm turning it on right now. On here. Yep.
All right. Okay. All right. So, hold on. Let me see something, please.
Sorry about that. I was trying to unmute myself and I couldn't. So when you were asking,
that's fine. Okay. All right, Mr. Gill, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, my name is Faisal Gill, Faisal, and last name is Gill, Gill.
And who's your client, sir?
My client is Eternity DC LLC, and they're trading as Barisa and El Jefe Tequila.
Is he here?
Yes, his name is Naeem Mode, and he is the owner of the establishment.
Mr. Mode, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Oh, it's Naeem, Naeem, MOHD Mode.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Mode. If you're going to testify today, do me a favor, please. I need you to either log off and log back on because you don't have a camera and I cannot hear you well. So why don't you log off and then log back on, or maybe you're in a poor area.
Do you see an option to start video, Mr. Naeem?
Well, I think I can't hear. It's not a matter of I can't see him. I can't hear him well also.
Gotcha.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. Can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Oriana, you were trying to tell him how to turn his camera on.
It appears you're on a mobile device. Do you see an option for start video?
Setting.
Start video.
Yeah, I see that thing, but I'm trying to give me 1 second.
I see you're logged on twice, sir. So
I got the camera on.
It's not on. I can't see you, sir. I see you're on my screen twice. I see your name twice, but I still can't see you. If you don't have a camera, since you have an attorney, that's fine. I just want to. All right. So, all right. Okay. So you're here. Miss Kramer, you're the one representing the ANC, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Sure. Frederica Kramer, Fredrica. Kramer, Kramer.
All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. So you're the only representative for the ANC, is that correct?
No, that is not correct. We have a second representative, Anthony Chase.
Mr. Chase,
he was on your
All right, Mr. Chase, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir? You need to go ahead, sir.
Anthony Chase. ANTHONYCHENC.
Mr. Chase, are you in the same location as Miss Kramer?
Yes.
All right.
I think I can move into another room if that'll help.
Yeah, that would help because
Okay, I'll do that right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I'm hearing the echo, so there's interference between. Yeah.
I can hear that as well. Thank you. Sorry.
And remember, Miss Kramer is the one who volunteered to leave the room. I did not tell Miss Kramer to leave the room. I want the record to reflect that Miss Kramer volunteered to go into a different room. Okay. All right. Thank you, Miss Kramer.
Oh, I have to get my mute, so I made my mess. Right?
Okay, everyone. All right. So now we're back. This is a protest hearing for a new license. And so I guess I'll ask you, Mr. Gill, from your perspective, are there any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
No, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Kramer, are there any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
I don't believe so.
All
right. Let me ask you one question because we will refer to exhibits which we provided in the PIF. I assume we don't have to share screens with that you provided, that's been provided to the board.
The board doesn't have it, so I'm gonna if there are exhibits and as we move forward with this hearing, then I would ask the parties then they have to present you'd have to present your exhibits and move them into the record. So although you might have done a PIP, but they're not in the record until you either have someone testify about the documents and then you ask to move them into evidence. Okay.
Oh, that's fine, but I don't have to share my screen at that point. Is that correct?
Well, it all depends what it is that you're trying to do, ma'am. But
we'll try to manage it. Sorry.
Yeah, when we get there, we'll try to figure out how to maneuver around that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. The question, this is what type of establishment is this, Mr. Gill?
It's a restaurant, sir.
It's a restaurant. All right. So, Ms. Kramer, as far as the ANC, Ms. Kramer and Mr. Chase, as far as the ANC is concerned, is it that your position that you are not in favor of the board granting this license? Is that so?
Our position is that we're in favor of the board granting a license with modifications or with conditions, which we prior to this day attempted to negotiate in a settlement agreement, and we will speak to those conditions in our testimonies.
All right. So, Mr. Gill, it's my understanding that the ANC is in favor of granting the license. So, if the ANC is in favor of granting the license, then the board could agree to grant the license, and then we would have testimony on what conditions, if any, the board should place on this license. I mean, would that be agreeable to both sides?
That would be agreeable to us, Your Honor, sir.
Mr. Kramer, Ms. Kramer.
I'm a little confused if you would mind clarifying it.
All right.
We submitted our position in the PIF that we would deny our position was to deny the license unless the conditions accompanied the license.
No, so you tell me. This hearing can go two ways. We can have a full hearing, but if you're saying that you would grant the license, provided that the board impose conditions on the license. So the board could agree to grant the license, and then and this is only if you agree to this, okay? And we would spend the rest of the hearing and just taking testimony on what conditions, if any, the board should place on the license and why. So you would tell us what conditions the board should place on the license. You can have your witnesses testify why you believe that these conditions should be imposed. Mr. Gill, he can either agree to the conditions, or if he believes that no conditions should be granted, then he would argue why no conditions should be granted. And then the board would then make a decision whether or not we're going to add conditions to the license.
Well, I would ask my colleague Anthony Chase to weigh in on this. It seems it feels a little bit discomforting to me to say we're granting the license and then hoping for conditions, rather than stating it the other way, which is our position is to deny the license without those conditions. It feels different to me. I don't know why it's being structured that way, and I think I'd prefer to say we're denying the license without the conditions, and then the board can consider the conditions, and of course, not deny, that is, approve the license with those conditions.
I was just trying to figure out if there's a way to truncate the license. So I'm not we can go to a full protest hearing and everyone put their witnesses on, but I typically ask parties, if you're not opposed to the granting of the license, if your only concerns is that you believe that conditions should be granted, should be added, you believe that conditions should be added to the license, then we could truncate the hearing. We agree that we're going to give the license, and the board will take testimony and evidence on the conditions, because we would have done that anyway. But it's just whether or not we need to go through a full hearing or just have the hearing on whether or not on the conditions that you want to be placed on the license, and they would then argue against. But if you don't want that to happen, then the board will do a full hearing. So it's just we can go either way.
Thank you, sir. I feel like would be required to make our statements in either case. I would call on if with your acceptance, I would ask my colleague if he has a view on this. We are both prepared with full testimony in either case, and the position is the same. We don't want this license unless it has. We do not want this license to be granted unless it has these conditions. And so, I mean, that's our position. Mr. Chase may want to say.
I agree with that position.
All right, then we'll have I don't know what the conditions are, and so I guess Mr. Gill, are there I know that you clearly, you guys have had discussions, and we're here because the parties are unable to move forward. Are there conditions that were presented to you that were acceptable to you, or are the conditions that they were placed that you can accept any of those conditions?
No, so there were some conditions that were acceptable, and there were some conditions that were not acceptable. I mean, the issues are just going to be around hours of entertainment and music, and then also on serving of alcohol. So basically, the issues are just on some hours. So there were some conditions that were acceptable, but since we could not come to an agreement, completely, that's what kind of brings us here. At no time did the ANC said they did not want us to have the license. It was they wanted us to have the license with the conditions that they wanted, which is the limitations and sales of alcohol and live entertainment, to be particular.
I guess and so Miss Kramer, from
yes,
what do you say you have an exhibit? What exhibit is it that you have that has the condition?
I think let me just go by the number. Mr. Chase may have it in his testimony more clearly. There is an exhibit which simply presents the actual hours that we're dealing with, but I'm sorry, the hours that we thought we had agreed to, which is why we were going to not have this protest, hearing be necessary. So he does have that exhibit. I would, with your indulgence, I would really prefer, it's not both of our testimonies are not all that long. They're 10 minutes and change. I would really prefer to lay the groundwork for why we are asking for those hours and what's the specific conditions of this or characteristics of this site and why we were asking for those hours as opposed to having a tit for tat. We want this hour and you want that hour. We're trying to give give the board an understanding of what particular challenges there are in this particular site. So if that would be okay, I would like to introduce those arguments.
What I'm going to do, because since you're saying that you would not agree to the granting of the license without these particular conditions, I think that we should have a full protest hearing, so the board will go through the full protest hearing, and then the board will make the decision whether or not we're going to grant the license and with or without conditions. Okay, so we'll do the full protest hearing. Okay, all right. So basically, the way the case will operate is that the board will call its first witness, which is the licensee will have an opportunity, the applicant, I'm sorry, will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. After the licensee, the applicant does an opening statement, then the protestant will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. After the protestant has done an opening statement, the board will call its first witness, which is our investigator, who will go through his case report. Once the investigator goes through his case report, the board will ask questions of the investigator of his case report. Once the board is done asking questions of the investigator of its case report, the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Once the applicant has asked questions of the investigator, then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Once that's dispensed with, then the licensee will call its set of witnesses, and it'll call its set of witnesses, and we'll have cross-examination by the protestants of the witness. Then the board will have ask questions of the licensees, the applicant's witnesses. Once the applicant, I'm sorry, has presented its case, then the protestant will have an opportunity to present its case by calling its witnesses. And when the protestants call its witnesses, the licensee or the applicant will have an opportunity to, cross-examine those witnesses. The board will have an opportunity. We'll have closing statements by the applicant. Then we'll have closing statements by the protestant. The board will ask whether or not they will have proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, and the board, then the hearing will be concluded, and the board will take this matter under advisement and make a decision on what we're going to do. Any questions before we start? Mr. Gill?
No, sir.
Ms. Kramer?
No, sir. It sounds like our witness will be at the end, at the sort of third.
Your witness will be at the end. So
okay, thank you.
Your witness will be at the end. It's 2:06. What I'm going to do, I will take a structured break in 2 hours. So every 2 hours, I will take a structured break. So we're going to start this approximately 2:06. So if the case is good, if this hearing is still going on to 4:06, we will take a break sometime in the 4 o'clock hours, depending on. I'm not going to take a break in the middle of a testimony, but I'll find I sometimes take a break. I think it's reasonable for something you might. I know that anyone can get up and go to the restroom if they so desire, but I always have to be here, so I can't get away. So I'm here. So it's just to ensure that we have that we have reasonable breaks in the sense that all right, so that's what we'll say. All right, so if there are no questions, let's start with opening statements, and we'll start with you, Mr. Gill.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity for us to speak. Mr. Mode has, opened a restaurant, and as we know, in the last couple of years, running a restaurant establishment in the District of Columbia has gotten harder and harder and quite competitive. And in this area where the restaurants Brisa and El Jefe are going to be open, it is an extremely competitive environment. So Mr. Mode is trying to do what he can to give him and his company a shot at succeeding. One of the big things that attracted him to this area was what it was zoned for. And this area particularly is zoned CG5, which encourages entertainment. One of the things that we do need to have is consumption of alcohol, at least on the weekends to the hours allowed under DC law, and live entertainment. Live entertainment is becoming more and more popular in DC. And a restaurant right next to his also has live entertainment. And all we're really asking for, and we're willing to work, all we're really asking for is the opportunity to basically serve alcohol and have entertainment on certain times. It is not a nightclub, it is a restaurant. So it is not his intention to basically have music blaring all the time, till 12 or 1 o'clock. But, on the weekends or in certain hours, especially if there is, if there are private events, which there are more and more, that he be allowed to do that as his competitors are. Mr. Mode has gone through great efforts to have, thicker doors, windows that limit and that provide noise mitigation and limit the amount of noise that will be, going out from there. So he's done, in his view, everything he possibly can to make sure that the noise is contained within the restaurant and does not disturb the residents, while still giving him an opportunity to actually, run a restaurant that is competitive and that will stay. That's why he got the restaurant. He spent a tremendous amount of money on building this restaurant, getting this restaurant to open. We do not believe he runs other establishments in DC. They're well-run establishments. They don't have a lot of complaints against them or for music. So Mr. Mode clearly knows, what he's doing and how to have entertainment without, disturbing his neighbors. He has other restaurants at the Wharf, which also have, residents above it, and he's been able to, run a very successful restaurant. So that's what we're looking for, and literally all we're asking for is what's allowed under DC law, and more importantly than that, then basically all we're asking for is what his neighbor, The Point, has. And if this board, places the conditions that the ANC is requesting, I think that's going to hamper Mr. Mode's ability to run a competitive restaurant and give his competitor, The Point, an undue advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kramer or Mr. Chase, who wants to make an opening statement?
I will start. Thank you. I want to say that I'm commissioner of ANC 6007, the area in which this restaurant resides, and I'm also authorized by ANC 60 to testify, and I'm accompanied by Anthony Chase, who's on our commission's ABC committee, and he's also explicitly authorized to testify, to represent our commission. I want to start by saying we welcome commercial activity in Buzzard Point where there was virtually none before, and we welcome Brisa and the Taqueria. We look forward to them serving thousands of new restaurants who already live in Buzzard Point. We've sent you an exhibit, one, which I'd like to have entered into the record, which simply gives the inventory of all the new residents that have opened, so you can see how many there are and where they are right near. And there will be thousands more who will continue to come, because redevelopment is continuing. We also welcome this restaurant, we hope, will welcome the many visitors who visit Buzzard Point to attend events at Audi Field and to enjoy the Anacostia waterfront, which at this place is extremely glorious. The applicant for the license is requesting to operate a 333 restaurant, including 213 outdoor spaces and 213 indoor spaces and 120 in 3 summer gardens. The placard states that they want to operate the restaurant 7 days a week from 11 to 2 and provide live entertainment also 7 days a week from 8 to 1 a.m. The placard also includes a cover charge endorsement, which I want to return to in a moment. The site of this restaurant is unique, and it presents special challenges that may not accrue to other commercial sites coming to Buzzard Point. It directly abuts, nearly literally within splashing distance of the shoreline of a very quiet moment in the Anacostia River, and it's otherwise entirely surrounded by the new high-rise residences. And we have submitted, and I'd like entered into the record, Exhibit 2 and 3, which shows exactly how the restaurant is sited in relation to those buildings. It sits in the middle of 3 restaurants that face the water along a bike path. That's part of the Anacostia River Trail, where there is no sidewalk or roadway. So it has to be accessed by foot from either First Street or Second Street and share the walk space with both cyclists and runners. And we have added, and I'd like it entered as a record, Exhibit 4, which is a photograph of the runners and joggers who frequent the area as well. Since the structure has eliminated any dedicated sidewalk, we also have, I'd like to enter into the record, Exhibit 5, which would show that there is a space that looks like a sidewalk actually ends at the corner of their construction. So there is no sidewalk anymore. But that being the case, the traffic management and valet services for those arriving by cars on either First Street or Second Street becomes critical, and we're addressing those conditions in this statement. We're asking the board, as we said earlier, to deny the applicant's request for the license unless it contains the modifications or conditions that would ameliorate these substantial challenges to peace, order, and quiet. And they would include specifications both for the hours of operation and noise controls to protect the surrounding residents, as well as specifications for parking, traffic management, and vehicular and pedestrian safeway, which create their own challenges for this site, which is uniquely limited in access. I want to elaborate on 4 issues that underlie our request to deny the license unless it has conditions, as we've spoken. First is noise. As I noted, the Breeza is in the middle of this 3-restaurant row that occupies the ground floor of the south side of the River Point, which is a residential building with over 400 units, and immediately next door to the Peninsular 88 condominium, which has 110 units. There will continue to be, which is important, no other commercial spaces within eyeshot. No other commercial spaces. So because the restaurant faces that undisturbed river shoreline, as Exhibit 5, which will be entered into the record, shows you, and it's surrounded by high-rise residents, the noise from the restaurant and the comings and goings is especially noticeable by restaurants, particularly at night when no other commercial or visitor activity predominates. In the River Point, and the exhibits that I've just mentioned, which will be in the record, will show, because the way the building is constructed, it has sort of open courtyards above the commercial space. So it's like a letter E. You'll see it in the picture. The restaurant's directly below one of those several sort of open courtyards that ring the apartment. They're in a U shape around the apartment units. And that creates a potential funnel effect for noise to be amplified and carried up to the residences above. Well before our discussions with the current applicant and recognizing that this kind of potential, the developer who was then constructing the restaurant agreed to install a retractable roof on the mezzanine level of the summer garden to limit the annoyance to the residents. So we all recognize that that was a possibility, and they complied. Since the opening of the Hen Quarter next door to the Breeza, we've had several months of experience with noise emanating from the summer garden, and nearby residents can and will attest. We will call a witness to the need to mitigate disturbance. Hen Quarters outside speakers, which we didn't anticipate being there at all, have had to be turned down in response to complaints from the neighbors. But once we've notified them, their management has complied with our request. So they do understand the problem, and I think that's important. In order to address the challenges to peace and quiet for the neighbors and alongside the site, the ANC 6D is requesting that the hours of overall operation and hours of live and recorded music and deployment of speakers and deployment of the retractable roof be included in the final order from ABCA. We've included in Exhibit 6, which I'd like to, I'm asking to be entered into the record, and the actual hours of operation and recorded music and live entertainment, the design of the speaker placement, which we thought the applicant had agreed to after our January 24th mediation. When Mr. Chase testifies following mine, he'll provide the details, which is what you had asked for a little bit earlier. The second point, the second issue is traffic. As I've noted, access to the building is only on a cycle path shared by pedestrians from either First or Second Street and walking across the three restaurants at either side. First Street at this point, which is right against the river, ends at the river, is a very narrow two-way street and with parking on both sides. I'd like Exhibit 7 entered into the record, which is a photograph of, so that you can see the narrowness of the street. It ends in the cul-de-sac at the shoreline. That narrow one-block slip has to handle ride-share service, valet service for those coming in their own cars, deliveries to the restaurant, deliveries to the residents at River Point, and deliveries to residents in Peninsula 88B, the condo across the street, as well as visitors and residents who enter the building River Point apartments on that same slip. It will soon handle as well new patrons that are going to be in a small eatery that DC Central Kitchen is going to open in the retail space on the other corner of this same street at First and V Streets. And it's also finally the entrance to the Peninsula's garage. So on busy nights, there's often a line of cars delivering guests to the Hen Quarter, creating a queue the length of that block and up to the cul-de-sac, and creating a game of chicken for those that who are trying to access the Peninsula garage and having to dodge around double parked cars and trucks, and the oncoming traffic that's now returning and going north to leave Buzzard Point. The applicant says he's going to share valet services with the Hen Quarter and the Point restaurants, which is a good idea. We're happy about that. And we've discussed diverting Breeza arrivals to Second Street to alleviate the congestion on First Street. Second Street is a much wider street. Exhibit 8, which is a photograph of Second Street, which I'd like entered into the record, shows you that Second Street only has loading zones on one side and a bike lane on the other side, and no parking on either side. So given the pressures already on First Street, we're requesting that all shared valet service to the Breeza and Taqueria use Second Street and other arrivals be directed to Second Street. And that commitment we're asking to be included in the license approval. The third issue is the cover charge. The applicant has included a cover charge endorsement. Cover charges are characteristically used when patrons attend establishment, not to dine, but to listen to live entertainment. That's why they would have to have a cover charge. Current application's always been represented as a restaurant, and we would be very concerned if the site became an attraction for large groups queuing up or congregating to attend what amounts to a concert. In fact, residents I spoke to only last week when I was trying to understand if they had any concerns about the prospective opening of the Breeza said to me that what does penetrate apartments above, and I've described that unique architectural design, is is when groups of patrons leave and congregate in the public space around the restaurants. Groups coming to attend just a performance raises just that kind of concern. So we're requesting that the cover charge endorsement be dropped and you operate a restaurant as the applicant has described. The last point is the necessity to be here at all to protest. We've been negotiating with this applicant since the original placard notification on September 27, 2024, to make sure that the establishment was able to operate to its fullest potential and that it remained welcome in the community. We've had 3 mediations. The last one was on January 24th, 2025. And we shared that draft, the draft resulting from that mediation with the applicant the next day on January 25th, fully expecting that we were done. It was on that basis that we jointly requested a rescheduling of our February 5th protest hearing so that ANC 60 could vote on the agreement at its February 18th business meeting. We heard no response from the applicant, but proceeding to fulfill our own commitment to get an approval from ANC 60, the January 25th draft agreement was reviewed and approved by our ABC committee and then approved by ANC 60 on February 18th, so that our chair could sign the agreement at that time. Protest hearing was then rescheduled to February 26th. We received new edits to the January 25th draft agreement the night at 11:18 p.m. on February 24th. That's basically a day before the new protest hearing is scheduled. And that was the first response of any sort that we've gotten since our January 24th mediation. Protest hearing was then scheduled, the protest hearing loomed, and ABCA staff informed the board, your board, that the parties were within striking distance of a mutually agreeable settlement agreement, and the protest hearing was postponed, and ANC 60 again expected to produce the signed settlement agreement in lieu of this protest. After providing the applicant with all the changes from the last mediation and repeated emails and telephone messages, we received no response and now had no choice but to appear at this hearing to protest the license. As I noted when I started out, we're eager to see this restaurant open and become a welcome part of this new and expanding residential community. We have had no problems, and the problems that we've had have been corrected when we have approached the restaurants, the other restaurants. We hope and expect that with modifications that Mr. Chase will detail, Anthony Chase following mine, the applicant can proceed to open and will be welcomed into the community. We will call a witness, as I understand it, Terrence Abraham, who's president of the Peninsula 88, sort of the third rank as you described the structure of the hearing. And he will have a petition which I would like to enter into the record. We sent it as part of our PIF. It's Exhibit 11, which is a petition from the members, residents of his building. That concludes my portion of our opening. Anthony Chase, who, as I've said before, is a member of our ABC committee and a resident of 6007 and a resident of Peninsula 88, and so sees everything firsthand and can share firsthand knowledge of the operation of the restaurants in 2021 First Street and their effect. So I thank you sincerely for considering our interests, and of course, look forward to your questions and to the continuation of this discussion. Thank you.
But so basically, I know you mentioned a whole bunch of exhibits. So
Yeah.
when you present your case, then that's when you have to move those exhibits in evidence. So therefore, we'll take some type of testimony. So whatever exhibits that you want to move in evidence, once you present your case, then you have to say what exhibit. If there's a witness who can testify about that exhibit, they can, and then I will ask the applicant if they have any objection, and then the board, based on the response, will determine whether or not those documents. I either you lost your light, Miss
I
Kramer,
lost
or
my
something.
light. They obviously have a timer. Let me go turn the light back on
Well,
again. I'm in the ANC office.
Just wave, Miss Kramer, then the light should come back on.
Okay.
Right. You don't have to
Okay.
turn it on. Anyway.
I'm back in the daylight. Thank you.
Okay, fine. All right. So what we're gonna do now, so we'll have the board will call its first witness. Okay, so the board will call its first witness, and then I know whatever Mr. Chase has to say, then he can either testify or he can do a closing, and we'll move on from there. Okay. Any questions, ma'am?
I think that's okay. He
All right.
seems to understand when he's coming in, so that's okay with me.
All right. So the board will call its first witness, Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendall Williams. Mr. Williams, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you state and spell your name for the record, sir?
Kendall Williams, KINDELL WILLIAMS.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
At Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration.
Well, how long have you been employed at the administration?
For approximately 6 months.
6 months. And what are your duties and responsibilities, sir?
I conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with this protest hearing, sir?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with this particular case?
I was assigned as process investigation of the new class restaurant license application for Eternity DC LLC, trading as Breeza El Jefe Taqueria, which is located at 2121 First Street Southwest.
Did you have an opportunity to draft a case report?
Yes.
And do you have that report available?
Yes.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Williams to share his report?
Access has been granted.
So, Mr. Williams, can you identify the document that's on the screen, sir?
You want to select share and then screen.
Okay, here we go.
Can you identify the document, sir?
This is the protest report for Eternity DC LLC, trading as Breeza El Jefe.
And who are the can you tell us, you can go to the next page. So who are the who's the applicant in this case?
The applicant is the owner, Naeem Mod.
Now,
Breeza.
who's the protesting?
The protesting is ANC 6D.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to the applicant?
Yes.
And what information, if any, were you able to gather based on your conversation?
So, I spoke to Mr. Mod on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, telephonically. And he stated that he and the ANC were currently working on a settlement agreement. He stated that they have agreed on everything except the speakers that will be in the Summer Garden. And that
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. These speakers that are in the Summer Garden, and he basically said that the ANC's concerns was that his speakers and also the speakers of headquarters will be playing around the same time. But he said that he expressed to the ANC that he wouldn't have his speakers on while headquarters has theirs on.
And Was that the basis of your conversation, or were there any other? Did you gather any other information from Mr. Mudd?
As far as the music playing, he has stated that that they wanted the music to be played inside, but he said that he would have to raise the music inside in order for the patrons outside on the Summer Garden to hear it. But he said that he would have, when headquarters operating, he will have his Summer Garden. He wouldn't have the speakers out in the Summer Garden, and he will have the mezzanine closed.
All right. So did you have an opportunity to have a conversation with the protestant?
Yes.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke to Miss Frederica Kramer.
And what information were you, if any, were you able to gather
She
from
advised.
her?
I'm sorry. She advised me that the establishment is located in the residential area and that there are two other restaurants, I'm sorry, headquartered in the Point Fish House. She also stated that establishment would cause a lot of noise and traffic within the area, saying that the other two establishments already have Summer Gardens. And she wanted the hours for Breezer, Summer Garden hours for Breezer to match the hours of headquarter and the Point.
So tell us a little bit about the zoning for the area, sir.
So Breezer is in a CG5 zone and is intended to permit medium density mixed use development, which consists of retail, service, entertainment, cultural, and hotel usage.
I see. Now, are there any nearby establishments within the 1,200 feet of this proposed licensee?
When I got the GIS map, the only one that showed up was the Point, but due to monitoring is when I saw the headquarter.
So why didn't you put the headquarter in your report?
I just
go ahead. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I just put what initially was there, which on the GIS map, which was the Point. I believe the headquarter wasn't operating at that particular moment when I received the protest.
All right. So tell us about. See, in your report, you mentioned the Point. So tell us about the Point. I mean, what type of establishment is that? What type of licenses does the Point have, sir?
The Point is, I'm sorry.
Is it a restaurant? Is it a tavern? What type of license do they have? It's in your report, sir. It's on page 3 of your report, sir.
CR.
And what are the hours of operation for this establishment, sir?
The hours are Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
And do you know what type of endorsements, if any, do they have, sir?
No.
So you didn't put. Do you know whether or not they have an entertainment endorsement?
With the Point, they have entertainment endorsement.
What other endorsements, if any, do they have?
Carry out and delivery, cover charge, dancing, and Summer Garden.
And so you're saying the hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
So you also said that when you went to monitor, you found out that there's headquarters, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what are the hours of operation for the headquarters?
According to the agreement, it has Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., Friday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
It said, I'm sorry, what are the hours again, sir?
Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., Friday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
So are these the hours of operation, and do you know, are these the hours that alcohol is served?
These are the hours of operation.
Do you know what time? Is it the same hours for sale and service of alcohol?
Yes.
And for the Point, the hours of operations are from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Are those the same hours for for the sale and service of alcohol?
For the sales and service of alcohol
Yes,
is
sir.
8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
It's
Sunday
from
to
when?
Thursday. 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. The point is that what are the? You said from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. What days of the week?
But the point 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday.
So what about Friday and Saturday?
8 a.m. to 3 a.m.
So are these also the hours of sales and service of alcohol?
Wait for the point, the hours of sale.
Yes.
The point hours of sales are 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. The hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday.
All right. So
8
alcohol
a.m.
is from 8 a.m.
Yes.
to 2 a.m.
Yes.
Friday through Saturday.
Sunday to Thursday.
I'm sorry. All right. Hold on.
That's all right.
No, hold on, Miss Kramer. This is you. You'll have an opportunity to ask cross-examinations if this is incorrect. I'm asking the investigator who should know this information. So, all right. So you're saying, all right, the hours of operation for the point is 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. When, please?
Sunday to Thursday.
Sunday to Thursday. 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. hours of operation. What are the hours of alcohol sale and service from Sunday through Thursday for the point?
8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sales and service. What are the hours of operation for the point for Friday and Saturday?
7 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Excuse me, Friday and Saturday, what are the hours of sale and service of what are the hours of sales and service of alcohol on Friday and Saturday?
8 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Okay. So are there any schools within 400 feet of this establishment, sir?
No.
Can you tell us about the area surrounding this establishment?
So as I mentioned, the two restaurants, there's also like they mentioned, an Anacostia pathway for pedestrians. There are two metro bus stops in the vicinity, one on the corner of V Street and First Street, and one on the corner of Second Street and T Street Southwest.
What are the hours of operations and sales and service that were placarded for this establishment?
The hours of operations are 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Saturday. The hours of sale 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Saturday.
So what are is there so what are the hours of operation? I'm sorry, what hours are they requesting for entertainment?
8 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And is this every day of the week?
So Sunday to Saturday, yes.
Now, what is this is this establishment asking for? Do they have a sidewalk cafe or a summer garden? What do they have?
A summer garden.
A summer garden. And so what are the hours that they're asking for the operation of the summer garden?
11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Saturday.
All right. So did you have an opportunity to visit the premises?
Yes.
And how many times did you personally visit the premises?
A total of 9 times.
And what is it that? So tell us when you visited, what time and what did you observe?
During my monitoring, there were no ABCA violations observed. I did a walkthrough with the owner on January 24th, and he basically just walked me through the setup of the establishment, the first floor mezzanine, and then the second floor mezzanine through the summer garden. He showed me where the speakers will be placed, and the 2 sides.
What about so did you tell me about parking and within the area?
First Street Southwest has no parking and a pay to park and residential parking. And the Second Street Southwest also has no parking and pay to parking signs. But there were several cars parked on the street. But as Ms. Kramer stated, there wasn't a lot of parking available.
What about public transportation?
It was the 2 Metro bus stops, one on V Street Southwest and First Street Southwest, and the other on the corner of Second Street Southwest and T Street Southwest.
Is this establishment open?
No.
No.
All right. All right. So let's go through your exhibits. So can you identify the exhibits in your report?
The first exhibit is the letter from the ANC. And the second exhibit is the summer garden.
And what's the third exhibit?
Yes, the second is the summer garden. The third, with the owner said he would place the speakers that are in question. The fourth through 12th is the interior of the establishment. As you see, it is still under construction. And this is the first floor.
Okay. It said 4 through 12. So okay, go ahead. What?
This is exhibit 12.
All right.
And this is the second floor, exhibit 13 through 15.
So this is a 2-story facility?
Yes.
So what is supposed to be on the second floor?
Just another seating area. And then a second floor mezzanine.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So this is the second floor mezzanine. Exhibit 17. And this floor is right under the apartments.
So I guess let me ask you a question. So what is supposed to occur in the second floor mezzanine?
Another seating area.
Okay.
And then exhibit 19 is the CG5 zone. Exhibit 20 is the GIS map for 1,200 feet.
Which you're saying is incorrect.
This is exhibit 20?
Yes, but you're saying that this is not correct. Is not correct?
This is what I initially received from the first submittal of the GIS map. And then when I did go out there, that's when the headquarters was there. But as stated, the headquarters wasn't open, so I'm assuming that's why it didn't show up on this GIS map.
Okay. Go ahead.
Exhibit 21 is the GIS map of 400 feet.
So I guess what let me ask you a question before. So you said you did a you monitor the area. So what ABC license establishments did you run into in this area? Did you come across in this area?
Just the headquarters and the point.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Exhibit 22 is the Anacostia River Trail. Exhibit 22 and 23. Exhibit 24 is the River Point Apartments, the entrance. Exhibit 25 is the headquarters. Exhibit 26 is the Point Restaurant, the Point Fish House Restaurant.
So where and where is that exactly?
The Point.
You said you said exhibit what? Exhibit 26?
26 is the Point, yes.
Is that directly next to the headquarters?
Yeah, so it's the headquarters, then Breeza is in the middle, and then on the left side of that is the Point.
What is Breeza?
Breeza El Jefe to carry on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so you're saying, so all right, so you have the Point, and so you have Breeza El Jefe in the middle, and then you said the next establishment is
the
headquarters?
Yes.
So do they all share the same breezeway, I guess the walkway for the off the river?
Yes.
So do they share this all same? Do they? I guess do they share the same building or the same? I don't know. Is it one building or is it three buildings right within the same footprint? Just explain that to me, please.
It is.
I guess I'm trying to find out the layout. I mean, so are the buildings? So you're saying it? Okay, you're saying it's the Point, then Breeza, then headquarters. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the residents who would be impacted by headquarters are, I'm sorry, the residents that I'm hearing, are these the same residents who probably would be impacted by the headquarters and the Point, or are they separate residents, if you know?
It would be the same. So it's the line of the three restaurants, and then the apartments are on the top of the three restaurants.
Okay. All right. Are you done with all your exhibits, or what number are we at?
Exhibit 26.
Okay.
So exhibit 27 is Breeza El Jefe. That is the building or the establishment. Exhibit 28 is the main entrance on the right side of Breeza. Exhibit 29 is the other main entrance on the left side of Breeza. So you're able to enter from either side.
All right.
This exhibit 30 is the staircase leading down from the second floor mezzanine to the first floor mezzanine. And exhibit 31 is the staircase that is within the establishment, heading from the second floor to the first floor.
Okay.
Exhibit 32 is the 74 bus stop on V Street and First Street. Exhibit 33 is that same bus stop. Exhibit 34 is also the 74 bus stop on T Street and Second Street.
Mm-hmm.
Exhibit 35 is the First Street Southwest parking sign, no parking and residential parking. Exhibit 36 is no standing or parking anytime sign. Exhibit 37 is another angle of those resident parkings. Exhibit 38, the car is parked on that First Street. Exhibit 39 was another day of monitoring of the cars parked on First Street. Exhibit 40 is the set of the parking signs that are on Second Street Southwest. Exhibit 41 is another parking sign that is on Second Street Southwest. Exhibit 42 is a photograph of the street of the Second Street Southwest. And exhibit 43 is the OUC report, the calls of service for the area.
But hold on, I'm confused. When I went in you said that there were no call edit. You said in going back to your record search, you said that that you did not receive any calls for service, but 43 has a whole bunch of so what is 43?
So these are the call of service for the other locations around the establishment. There was no calls of service for Breeza El Jefe.
So if there are no calls of service for this establishment, why? Let me see. Hold on. So you don't know what these calls of service were for?
No, but none listed were for the Breeza El Taquera's address.
And what is the address for that? What's the address for the restaurant?
For Breeza is 2121 First Street Southwest.
Hold on. Which is the same address for the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
But these are calls for the address, but they are not attributable to. It just so happens it's a common. It's just a common address, and none of these calls for service were attributable to the establishment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the extent of the exhibits.
Yes.
All right. All right. You can close your screen, sir. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Thank you for your report. I am looking, well, one there on that list of calls, there was a Northeast on that, but that's not important. What I'm concerned about, I'm trying to scroll to it, is the photo for exhibit number. It's the one that is the proposed restaurant, the frontage of it.
The front of Breeza?
Yeah,
Okay.
27.
27.
27. Okay, there it is. Yeah, so I'm trying to understand how there's a summer garden there with 100 occupants. It looked mighty thin to handle that crowd. Could you explain?
So the applicant had showed me that the summer garden would be on the right side of the establishment, which would be exhibit 28.
Okay.
And also exhibit exhibit 2.
Okay, so that's Burisma, that's not the hen.
Right.
From exhibit 28. Okay. And did you have any exhibits concerning the trash removal and trash retainers, the trash bins of I'm not sure where that is. I guess that's on the inside of the building or underneath the building?
No, I didn't have any exhibits of the trash. I only know that the trash company, but not of the actual trash area.
Do you have an agreement with the trash company on how many times a week there'll be removal?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board member?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yeah, I want to go back to this statement about there not being any complaints against the business, the applicant. That you also said the applicant is not open, right?
Right.
So are there sometimes complaints against a business that's not open?
That I'm not too sure of. Yeah, they're still under construction. They haven't opened yet. And looking through the service calls, they were just service calls for the River Point Apartments and the areas around that particular address. Well, that particular establishment, but none for them.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions any other questions by any other board member? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Gill, any questions of the investigator?
No, sir, I have no questions.
It's either going to be either you, Ms. Kramer, or Mr. Chase. So one of you can ask questions. Go ahead, Mr. Chase.
Thank you. One of the questions that I had for you, Mr. Williams, was also about the ABCA violations and when the place was not open. And I was like, I don't see how you can have ABCA violations. And so the other board member addressed that already. The second question that I have is that the hours that you quoted for the point.
Yes.
Where did you get that information?
That is on their ABC license.
Okay. What I have here in front of me is a protest hearing.
It's not the protest hearing, sir. You need to go by the license. So a protest, it's not the protest hearing, sir. It's what's on the license itself. So if you don't have a copy of the license, this protest was, and I remember this case, is even before the building was built, we had a protest hearing. And so you need to ask questions on the license itself. What is on their actual license, sir, not the protest hearing itself. So if you have a question about if you don't believe that the hours that he gave is correct, that's another, you could ask him about that, but you can't go to a protest hearing itself unless you have a copy of the license or a copy of the decision that the board issued with what was on their license.
The order that the board issued.
Go ahead, sir. Then go to that then, sir. Go
Yes.
ahead. What is it that you have?
That the order that was the license was granted with conditions, and the hours are different than what Mr. Kendall stated.
Oh, and do you have an exhibit, sir, that states what that is?
Yes, it's going to take me a minute to get there, but if you bear with me.
Then you can, then once you find the document, then I'll give you permission to share your screen, and then you can ask the investigator about that, sir.
Let me see if I can share the screen.
Well, sir,
I have it.
Okay. Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Chase to share your screen? You just can't share your screen. You have to ask for permission, and then I have to give you permission, sir.
Thank you.
So what exhibit are you trying to share?
It's exhibit. Exhibit number 9.
So you want to share your screen for exhibit number 9, sir?
Yes, sir. Can you see it?
Okay, so Art. So what is that,
It's the order from the board as far as the Greenleaf Buzzard Point Fish House application, and these are the hours that they
What are the hours? So can you state and ask me? Can you
Yes, number the order.
you can ask him a question, sir.
Okay. Document.
I can't hear you, sir.
There and Anderson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Were you all able to see my screen?
I could see it, but I think if you want to ask him a question regarding.
I was asking him if he's familiar with this document.
So you can share your screen again and ask him, sir.
Pull it up again. Mr. Williams, are you familiar with this document? No, I didn't hear him. Was that yes or no?
This is their settlement agreement for the point.
This
It's not
is
a settlement agreement, sir. It's a board order.
a board order.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with this document, this board order?
Yes.
Would you say that the hours that you stated for the point are different than the hours from this board order?
Yes.
That was the question that I had. And I don't know, Mr. Anderson, if I move this into,
It's part of the board's record, so you don't necessarily need to move into the evidence, but you can ask. I mean, this is so if you want, this is Exhibit 9. So you're asking to move Exhibit 9 in the evidence, and it's part of the board's record, so the board will take administrative notice of Exhibit 9, which is our own record. Okay. Okay. You can close your screen. You have another question, sir?
this. So I would like to defer to Ms. Kramer. I think that she has a few.
No, sir. No, it's only
Oh.
one person can question a witness, sir. So this is your witness to question. If you need to consult with Ms. Kramer about what questions to be asked, but I'm not going to have two people questioning the witness. Okay. And that's for all witnesses. Only one person can question the witness.
Okay. Then I have no further questions.
Yeah, but sir, you can consult with Ms. Kramer if she has questions that she wants you to ask. So you can consult with her. If there are questions that she wants you to ask, you can ask those, but she cannot ask the questions herself, sir. Okay.
Thank you for your time to the board members. Mr. Williams, are you aware of the loading area on 2nd Street for the restaurants?
Excuse me. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Are you aware of the loading areas on 2nd Street for the restaurants?
Yes.
Okay. Would that eliminate?
What that? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Just 1 second. The same as the entertainment district zoning. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions by any of the board members? All right. Mr. Williams, thank you for your testimony, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Mr. Gill, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, so let me call Mr. Naeem Mode.
Mr. Mood, I mean, I guess you don't have access to your camera. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. I think something messed up on my phone. I couldn't get the camera on.
All right, sir. All right. I need you to raise your right hand, sir. Tell me when your hand is raised.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, your witness, Mr. Gill.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mode, can you tell us some of the steps that you have taken in constructing this restaurant to make sure that the residents of the building are not disturbed?
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to present your case, sir, but I think maybe you could start off a little bit. Who is he?
Sure.
Tell us about
I
your
was trying
business.
to-
Yeah, your business model, like who he is. I mean,
I
those
was-
type of things would be helpful, sir.
I completely agree, sir. I just wanted to kind of, cut to the chase and maybe save us
No,
all some
in
time. But
this
I
particular
understand.
case, because it's a new
Totally
license,
understand. Totally understand.
so you need to give us some background information first, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And a good point. Mr. Mode, could you please tell us a little bit about yourself and particularly the experience you have with owning restaurants in DC?
So I've been in the business for last 18 years in Virginia, and then DC. I've been owning restaurants for last 6 7 years. I have three different restaurants at the Wharf, Washington DC. And they both are, and they all three the two of the restaurant is the same kind of thing. Like I'm in the same, like I'm in the building on top of me, the apartment building, and the restaurant is on like fifth floor. So kind of the whole building is apartment, like first, second, third floor, and then I'm the fifth floor. I have my restaurant, and then on top I have an apartments, and been doing business there, and um, and definitely this is like my fourth establishment that I'm opening in DC.
And do you own any other restaurants besides the Wharf in DC?
No, right now I have just four restaurants. I used to own it, but not anymore. That was done. This is right now only on three at the Wharf, and this is my fourth one.
Okay. So at any given time, you've owned about 5 or 6 restaurants in DC, correct?
Yes.
And before becoming a restaurant owner, did you also work in the restaurant business?
Yes, I did for last 10 years. Before that, like 10 years, I worked in the restaurant industry.
Can you please tell us what you did in the restaurant industry, working there?
Basically, I started with dishwasher, cook, uh, line cook, cashier, waiter, bartender, manager.
Okay. And then you saved up and opened your first restaurant, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit about the Wharf. You described the restaurant that you own. That's in an apartment building, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, in the apartment building, in that restaurant, the Wharf, let's just talk about that. Have you ever had many complaints from?
Yeah, I'm going to ask.
Hold on, Miss Kramer, you need to mute your line. Both you and Mr. Chase needs to mute your line. I apologize, Mr. Gill. Go ahead.
No problem. And now in the restaurant, Levi, have you had many complaints from residents about noise?
I hardly, and I'm talking about like by one in 6 years.
And when you do receive complaints from residents, what do you normally do?
We have the noise thing that we check. I forget what's it called. The noise thing that we check. The decibel thing. That hey, how much of my noise are when I'm outside the restaurant? I can see okay, hey, it's in the limit or it's outside the limit. And I did. And if I have a live entertainment, we have a limiter in our the equipment. So if the person is playing DJ thing, it cannot go higher.
Would it be fair to say that when you receive any noise complaints from residents, you take them very seriously?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then you do whatever you can to mitigate that noise, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Let me turn your attention a little bit now to this restaurant, Barisa and Taqueria. When did you first acquire the rights to open this restaurant? How many years ago?
Almost 2 years ago.
And in the construction of this restaurant, can you tell me what you did to how was the construction tailored to, I guess, noise mitigation? Did you put up any awnings? Did you put up any retractable roofs? Did you do anything that would limit the amount of noise that would go out from the restaurant?
Yes, I did. So my outdoor patio, I did pergola system. Basically, what it is, it's kind of enclosed. I can enclose the roof. I can enclose the glasses on the side. So basically, it's not the noise cannot go outside as much. It's kind of enclosure, the whole patio, and definitely ANC. I think we have an agreement. They wants me to enclose everything on the like in the patio by 10 p.m. And I agree that. I said that's fine. I'm okay with that. I enclose the whole patio by 10 p.m. every day.
How many outdoor spaces do you have? Whether they're patios, can you describe for the board the outdoor spaces that you have, the patios?
I have two outdoor space. One for taqueria that has like I think it's fit about like 15 people, 10 to 15 people, and one for Bariza that hold about 100 something seatings for both floor.
Yeah. Can you tell the board the difference between taqueria and barista? They're just two different. Yeah.
So taqueria is more like a fast casual place. It's about like 1,500 square feet place things. Barista is more sit down restaurant.
What floor is taqueria on?
Same floor, ground floor.
Ground floor. Okay. And you said there's a small outdoor space at taqueria?
Yes.
Okay. Now
that space I cannot. I would like to cover it, but I couldn't do it because the way the building built.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Do you plan to have any music or any entertainment in that space?
No.
How many tables are in that space?
Inside or outside?
Outside.
Outside, probably like 4 or 5.
4 or 5 tables. Approximately how many seats on those tables?
2 seats per table.
And you said it's a fast casual?
Yes.
So is the intent of that restaurant to have people sitting there for hours on end, or people come in, eat, and leave?
If people come in, you come in, you put the order. It's probably max. I probably say like 50, like 20 minutes to half an hour. That's the max.
Okay. Okay. Now let's move upstairs to. I'm sorry. You said you wanted to cover that outdoor space, but you could not. Why couldn't you?
Because the way the building is built, because it's in the corner spot for things, so I couldn't do it. That would cost that was very impossible to cover that thing.
Okay, let's move to Barisa. Where is Barisa?
Barisa, you said
what floor?
It's a ground floor.
Right. So can you please describe for the board where Barisa is in connection to taqueria?
Basically, it's right next to taqueria is Barisa. It both have their separate kitchen, and definitely Barisa have their own entrance. Taqueria have their own entrance.
Okay. Now, describe for the board Barisa. You said it's a sit down restaurant.
It's a sit down restaurant. It's a Latin fusion cuisine.
Would you consider that a casual restaurant, a high end restaurant, white tablecloth restaurant? What type of restaurant?
It's like a casual restaurant.
Okay, casual restaurant. And does Barisa have a patio?
Barisa have, yes, two floor patio. Yes.
Okay. Please describe for the board the patio.
Patio. We have 2 floor patios. The both floor is enclosure, a pergola system there. So when like nice weather, I can keep the window down, and definitely when it's cold, I can put the windows up.
Okay. And do you have an intention of having music out on those patio?
The patio, I just have like regular speakers on that patio. That's it.
Okay. You don't plan to have any live entertainment or DJs or anything outside?
It's gonna be no. It's gonna be in the dining room.
Right. Now, can the patio be covered up and enclosed?
Yes.
Okay. Please describe how you can enclose the patio.
So it's a whole. The pergola is a whole structure. So it's the whole structure. Of the sides, you can close. You have a glass. You can completely close it, and the roof, you can close it completely too.
So once it's completely enclosed, it becomes kind of like an inside space. All the windows are down. There's a roof over it. There's nothing to the outside. Correct?
Yes.
And in our discussions with ANC, you had agreed that you would close that at 10 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now going inside to Barisa, how many seats does it have?
Something 200 something.
200 something seats. Okay. Now your intent with live entertainment music. This restaurant is not a nightclub, correct?
No, it's not a nightclub. No.
Okay. Your intent is not to have regular concerts or anything here?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
Your intent is not to have concerts or any events like that at this restaurant?
No.
What did you want the live entertainment endorsement for? What type of events were you going to hold with live entertainment endorsement?
I mean, it's the private events, because we do a lot of private events at my other establishment, and it's a big revenue stream for my private events, and definitely that's my biggest thing. Yes.
When you say private events, you mean like weddings, rehearsals, things of that sort?
Baby showers, company dinners, definitely weddings, birthday parties like that.
Okay. Okay. Now, you had requested a cover charge endorsement. What was your plan with the cover charge endorsement? I mean, did you plan to have it for, special events like New Year's and things of that sort?
Yes.
Um, roughly, how many times do you think in your business plan, how many times do you think you would have, charge people cover charges throughout the year, roughly?
The max 2 times, max.
Okay.
2 times.
But again, that was for like New Year's Eve and events.
Definitely one is to be New Year Eve. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you decided to build and for Barisa and build the Barisa, the fact that it was zoned in CG5, which encourages entertainment, did that come into your thinking as you decided to own this, as you decided to purchase this restaurant?
Yes, 100%. Before that's the reason we signed the lease. We checked it. Okay, what zoning is come, what kind of license I can able to get it. Yeah.
Now, since you owned restaurants in DC for about 5 years, in the last year or so, would you say, especially post-COVID, would you say the DC restaurant industry has gotten very competitive?
100%. Yes. It is very competitions. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you noticed that your profits and others have kind of, taken a hit due to the just the circumstances?
Yes, last year, and then definitely last year was not. I mean, after COVID, definitely is the thing. But the last year especially, it was a tough year.
Why is it so important to? Well, before I get to that, you heard, talk about parking and basically parking. You have no problem with doing whatever is required to make sure that you use a valet space and parking is mitigated. Do you?
No, no. I agree with the ANC that sure I do validate. I use the point, the company, the point using it. I use same company, and I already have the arrangement with that company.
And you had said, do you have any problem with putting on your website encouraging people to use public transportation or Uber as to eliminate the amount of cars that are there?
No, I have no problem with that. I told ANC that I will definitely put it in our website.
Okay, so let's go to the hours. Why is it so important for you and for your establishment to have sales open until 2 a.m. on every day?
The biggest thing is, like I said, private events. I have very big, like it's a very revenue stream private event. Some private events, some companies, some things, they go till 1 o'clock. They, what I mean, they want to go till 1 o'clock. So I have to have those hours so that way I can accommodating those private events. And if I don't, definitely I will lose that business.
And are private events a significant portion of your business model?
Yes, for my restaurants I have right now, yes, it is. The restaurants I have at the Wharf, yes,
Now, you're familiar with the Point, right? The
yes,
Point House? Okay. Their hours are till 2 a.m. and then 3 a.m., correct?
yes.
Okay. Now, is the Point very close to you?
It's right next to me.
Being an experienced restaurateur, do you think that your business would take a big hit if you had to limit your hours to what ANC is asking, which is midnight, and the Point was open till 2 a.m.?
Yes, 100%. I will definitely, if I have a guest, if a customer, he wants to, he's talking to me, he's talking to Point, and Point, he can do those hours at Point, and not with me, I'm definitely losing that business.
And besides just the private events, do you think just regular diners, especially on the weekends and stuff like that, do you think they'll be more apt to go to the Point, which is open longer, rather than you?
Yes, it is.
And you think that'll significantly hurt your business?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that could lead to even you closing down potentially?
I hope not, but you never know. Yeah.
So would you agree with me that having these hours is essential?
Yes,
to
very
you?
essential.
Now, the other issue that ANC had raised was having music in the patio. Now, what was your plan with that?
Which patio?
The speakers.
Which one?
In the barista patio.
The Breezy patio. So, like I said earlier, ANC wants me to close 10 o'clock my windows. So my whole patio is enclosed by 10 o'clock. So if I have speakers in the patio, there's no way the noise is going outside.
Okay. And in the taqueria patio, which is not enclosed, you have no intention of having music outside late, right?
No, I agree with ANC that I will not put a speaker outside. Yep. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Those are all the questions I have, sir.
All right, who's going to ask a question, Mr. Kramer or Mr. Chase? Mr. Kramer, Mr. Chase, who's going to ask a question?
No, I'll ask some questions. Thank you very much for the moment. Mr. Mode, are you prepared, first of all, to agree to the using
Miss Kramer.
Yes.
Ask my question. Don't ask him if he's prepared. This is where we are, Miss Kramer. You guys went to mediation. It wasn't settled. You need to ask questions. Don't ask him if he's prepared to agree to certain things, ma'am. I'd ask at the beginning if you guys going to settle. So just ask him questions. Don't ask him if he's going to agree to do certain things. We're in litigation, ma'am, and you're cross-examining him, and that's not questions that his counsel asked him, ma'am.
Quite. I'm not. It's not my training, as you know.
Trust me, Miss Kramer. You're not going to get any sympathy from me because you are very good at doing this. This is not the first time we've done a hearing, ma'am, okay?
Thank you very much. I do make mistakes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have done many hearings, ma'am, and you have done quite well, okay?
Well, I appreciate the compliment, but not sure it's accurate. Thank you. With respect to the discussion, to the questions that you were just dealing with Mr. Gill in terms of the hours, are you aware of the actual operating hours of the Point? For instance, are you aware that the kitchen closes at 10 and I understand they close up typically immediately thereafter?
Okay. Maybe yes. Maybe sometimes they do close at 10, but if they have
The kitchen, I said the kitchen
yeah,
closes at 10. Are you aware that the kitchen closes at 10 and that the typical operations shut down shortly thereafter?
I have no idea because I'm not running their business and I'm not there every day, so I have no clue.
Thank you. Um, um, could you describe again why you need the cover charge, since you have testified that you are operating principally a restaurant, and that you also testified, as I heard you just a moment ago, saying that you would have private events that would generate a later hour only a couple of times a year. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
No, when I said cover charge is one or twice. In private
Yeah,
events, it can
once or
happen.
twice a year.
Yes, in private events, I can have 5 events in a week. I can have 1 event
Sure.
in a week.
Okay. And so could you explain again why you need a cover charge at all? If you have what that would allow you to do that you couldn't do in your current in the way you were proposing to operate?
Okay, so for example, just like take a New Year. So New Year definitely is a very popular night. People wants to go out. So what we do in my other establishment, we do basically a kind of like a gala. We do like a gala, okay, from 7 p.m. till 1 a.m. And we charge guests $200 that include food and some drinks or food, 2 hours open bar like that. So that's why I have to charge. We pre-sell those tickets, and then if somebody walked in at the door, then we have to charge them. So instead of doing the regular dining service, we just do kind of one survey, like gala type. So people pay $200 to buy a ticket. They get definitely a dinner service, and they get like open bar, 2 hours open bar, or some cocktails. It all depends what we decide on that time.
Could you explain to the board, to me and to the board, why you would consider this restaurant comparable to the Wharf? The Wharf, there is an apartment house above your restaurant on the Wharf, but it has no open open facing to anything near 13 stories below where the La Vie is. And your restaurant, as we've shown, and as the other witnesses have shown and the slides have shown, is immediately below all of those residences. And if you are aware of any other establishment anywhere near these 3 restaurants, could you please describe that? How is this at all comparable to the Wharf, by the way, is a full entertainment district, and you're right near the Anthem and all kinds of, I mean, it's sort of a constant operation. Why is this comparable?
What do you mean comparable? Can you just explain
Well,
me
how
some of
does
that?
you introduced the fact that you operate at the Wharf and you haven't had any complaints, and I'm trying to understand why this what's been described as the area here and the architecture of the building, which we will put into the record so that the board has a clear understanding of the structure of the architectural structure of the building. How is that comparable to an operation on the Wharf, which is a full, very little residence and a full entertainment
All right.
area?
So if you know where Lavi is, Lavi is an apartment building. Lavi is on 5th floor. So next door to Lavi is apartments. So basically, once my restaurant finish, have few get next door is an apartment. So if I'm running the place and I'm getting no complaint there, so this restaurant have top of my apartment, and on Lavi I have bottom, top, and next door I have all apartments.
Are you aware that the loading zone on Second Street is new within a few months? And that has eliminated almost all, if not all, regular street parking on Second Street? And are you aware, since there was some reference made to the west side of Second Street, some area for parking, I believe it was when the investigator showed one of the slides, but you confirm that there is zero parking on the other side of the street? And can you confirm that let me just finish my question, and can you confirm that there is two-way, two-side parking on two sides of the street on First Street?
I think what investigators forget, this building have a garage, right? I think I don't know if everybody knows or not, this building have a garage. So there's a garage parking and that in this building. And
I didn't understand your question. Let me ask my question again. On Second Street, the north end of the street is a newly created within the last 2, 3, 4 months, I can't remember, a very recently loading zone to accommodate DC Central Kitchen. Moving south from that, there are 1 or 2 loading zones and a garage entrance. We can put the photograph in again, but there is almost no, if not no parking on that side of the street. On the other side of the street, there don't exist parking spaces. It's a bike lane. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You're aware of that, okay. And on First Street, are you aware that both sides of the street have parking, including not pickup and drop off, but visitor parking, where somebody would park for a period of time to get into the residencies? And so what I'm asking you is, are you aware that there is virtually that First Street from V Street to the cul-de-sac, in other words, the entire length of the where River Point, your building exists, the building in which your restaurant will be, exists, the entire length on both sides of the streets is typically completely filled with automobiles and trucks.
Okay.
So there's so the through street becomes two-way traffic in 2 narrow lanes in and out. I just want to make sure that you're aware of what we were trying to establish and the differences.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm kind of confused as to what the question is.
I'm also yeah. So
Question is, are you
Kramer,
aware
please
that there's
rephrase
virtually
the
no
question.
parking in an open street on Second Street and a virtually closed all parking and no flow traffic on First Street? Does that make it clear? And we can show the pictures and they will be entered into the record.
Hold on, is there objection, Mr. Gill? What's the objection?
So I don't know how that's relevant. I mean, Mr. Mose is not. I mean, if the question is he aware, and Mr. Mose has nothing to do with.
Well, I mean, I guess she's asking if you hold on,
Yes,
Mr. Kramer,
certainly.
hold on, Mr. Kramer, hold on. The question is that he's aware. Is he aware? He can answer yes or no. Then
yes,
where
I'm
do we
aware.
go with? Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Another question.
The relevance, the reason that I'm asking the question
You
is
don't
the
need
relevance.
to, Miss Kramer, you don't need to explain the relevance. You asked a question, he has answered. Let's move on, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. My colleague, I believe, dealt with the hours. Just let me okay. I think I think I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mbode, the question, so what restaurants do you own, sir?
I own Lavi at the wharf. I own Naraya at the wharf.
I'm sorry, you own La Vie?
Yes, sir.
What else do you own?
Naraya, Nara, Nara, Ya.
Okay.
Then I own Kinfolk at the wharf, Kinfolk, Kinfolk.
And how long have you owned La Vie?
I own for almost 6-7 years.
And how long have you owned Naria
Naraya, 4 years.
and kinfolk?
1 year.
All right. I was somewhat confused with is 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 Brisca, you have Brisca El Jafet Takira. Are those two separate concepts or is it the same restaurant?
It's just so
Go ahead.
it's the same restaurant, but what we did, we make a small part of the restaurant as a fast casual restaurant. It's like you come, carry out, you dining. If you don't want to eat, for that restaurant, it's just like tacos, like which is tacos. Tacos. We have full all menu. But that restaurant will produce the tacos. That side of the restaurant.
But you'll be serving alcohol in both facilities, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir. Because I have a small dining room for the other one. Yep.
All right, now so where's this patio? Where's this patio?
The patio is outside of the taqueria. That patio is not enclosed; it's open.
So that's the patio that's on the second floor or then the first floor. Is that
It's
where
a
there? I'm
it's a
sorry.
ground. It's a ground floor, first floor.
So which patio were you talking about that would be enclosed?
The Bariza one. So Bariza had the patio too. That one is enclosed.
So you're saying that so you're saying the patio over at Bariza you're saying that will be enclosed at 10 o'clock 7 days a week?
Yes, sir. That's what we have. That's what the ANC want me to close.
I'm asking you a question, sir. So you're agreeing that the patio for Bariza will be enclosed at 10 o'clock for 7 days a week. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 10 p.m.
So what are the hours of operation that you're asking for this patio?
I don't have it in front of me. Faisal, you know what's ours?
No, you can ask your attorney. Either you don't know or either you know
So
or you don't know. So your attorney.
I didn't have the paper in front of me. I'm sorry.
So you're saying so those are the hours that were advertised on the placard?
Yes.
So tell me about you. So you have a first floor, another summer garden, I guess, summer garden or another patio area. Is that correct?
Yes, summer garden. Yes, first floor.
You're saying this is on the first floor, and so um, were you asking for entertainment in this area?
Oh, I wish I had the placard in my hand. You know what I mean? I don't thought that I need it.
So you said what?
I said I wish I had a placard in my hand. I don't know what I said in there, in the
Okay.
placard. Yeah.
All right. So there's a second open summer garden. Maybe your attorney can ask questions about this because he'll have another opportunity to ask questions. Let me see. Now, I guess I get. I need to get some clarification. So you're saying that you're asking for a cover charge. So for you, like if you have a New Year's New Year's event, is it just a New Year's event or is it just when is it that you would utilize a cover charge?
Most probably it's New Year.
So is there any other time of the year that you believe that you would require a cover charge?
I doubt it, but I mean, I don't think so. But but the business you never know. I mean, if I want to do some special event that include like if I have to sell the tickets that include food and alcohol together, then I might have to sell those tickets.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any other board member? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, first of all, I just want to congratulate you for your success so far with your other 3 restaurants. And I wanted to ask, I do have that concern because you mentioned twice now in your testimony, Mr. Mood, that you wanted to have a cover charge, but you only were planning on using it twice yearly. When you rent out your space to a private event, will they be charging cover charges?
No.
No. Okay. On your other 3 restaurants over on the wharf, do you have a cover charge at any of those restaurants?
Like we do on 4th of July, like we sell like we sell a ticket, so we know how many people we getting in, and that way it's easier for us to control it because especially like big events like July 4th, it's kind of we don't know what we're expecting and what not. So that kind of give us, and we kind of like okay, we prepared like we sold 200 tickets, like so we know okay we have to prepare that much food and that kind of stuff.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. I wasn't in one of your restaurants, but I was on the wharf on 4th of July last year. But um, I do, Mr. Chairman, also was questioning because there were 2 entrances, there were 2 kitchens, and 2 names, but it's 1 liquor license. I'm interested with that, but thank you, Mr. Mood. One final question. Could you tell me, I'm sure your other 3 establishments employ a sizable number of employees. How many employees do you expect to hire for this new establishment?
Probably like about 40, 50, at least 50.
Okay, thank you. And I hope that you can bring consideration to our District of Columbia residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other messages? I'm sorry, any other questions by any other board members?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yes, I'm sorry, I may have missed this, but do you still own Levy?
Yes, ma'am.
You do, okay. Can you tell me how many ticketed events, both hosted by the restaurant and otherwise, did you have at Levy over the last 2 years?
Well, we do yearly, like I said, 3 or 4, like 4th of July, New Year, and like Cherry Blossom just happened, which like those kind of things, especially when Wharf have like big events. We just try to make sure, hey, we know what we're getting, how many people we can get in, instead of like, yeah.
So there you do as many as 4 a year, but here you're anticipating doing half that?
Like 2, like July 4th, New Year.
When the chairman was asking you questions about this same topic, and you said you weren't really sure what events you would need tickets for beyond New Year's. I think you also mentioned 4th of July. But if you're not sure what events may come up, how are you so sure that you're going to be in the range of just 2 events a year?
I mean, if I have a limit, this all depends. If you guys say, if like it's okay, I only can charge 2, that means I only can charge 2. That it's just like events are different. Like imagine we do like a wine dinner, right? We're doing a wine dinner because we have private rooms. So if I have to do wine dinner, I have to sell those tickets, pre-sell those tickets. So we know, okay, we don't oversell, or we know how many people we're getting it.
Yeah, I understood that part. I didn't understand how you could not know what events you may need a ticket for, but you do know you're only going to do it twice a year.
That's my,
That was
yes.
the inconsistency. Yeah, that was the inconsistency I couldn't quite understand. Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Kramer, any follow-up questions based on the questions that the board asked? Just based on the questions that were asked by the board, ma'am.
I understand. Thank you. I'm trying to, I guess I and some other people are confused about the hours. You did say that you would close the, excuse me, close the summer garden areas at 10, and that there are no speakers on the taqueria, so and the door, the windows would be closed presumably for the same amount of time. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, sorry, not for the same amount of time, at the same time, so that you're basically sealing off the any noise coming from the restaurant at 10 at night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not doing well. Okay. And did you talk about the hours? I can't remember where you're up to on the hours of live entertainment during the week.
That was not, we didn't have that that question was not asked, ma'am.
Sorry, excuse me. Appreciate that. Okay. I'm running out of water. That's okay. I know no further questions.
Yeah, Mr. Gill.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Mr. Mode, you were asked about the endorsements of live entertainment on the patio. What is your intent with the live entertainment? Is it going to be on the patio or on the inside?
Inside.
Do you ever have any intent of having any live entertainment on the patio?
We have a DJ inside, not outside, not on the patio.
Okay. Now, you were asked several questions about these cover charges and ticketed events. Now, when you said that you plan to have only a 2 or 3, was that based on what you have done in the past at Levy?
Yes, like I mean, Levy, I do a little bit more because definitely when they have a big events like firework, that it help us to control the crowd for the restaurant because it's definitely a lot of people there. Fun and definitely those, but the 2 big events, I definitely won't like to do it. And then, like I said, if I have a if I'm running a business, it's very hard to tell. You know what I mean? Like if I want to do a dinner or like a wine dinner. For wine dinners, I gotta pre-sell those tickets so we knows okay how many we are expecting people. So we prepare food according to that because those wine dinners can get costly, like $200 a person.
So your answer of 2 is you meant to say 2 for sure, New Year's and 4th of July. And then the reason you were uncertain is you were just kind of basically estimating as to what you may need.
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of the cover charges, I just want to make sure the board understands, is your intent if you need more cover charges or if you need more events that require cover charges, will that be things such as wine tastings, or will that be any way associated with live entertainment, like hosting a concert or anything of that sort? Have you
No,
ever done anything like that at any of your restaurants?
no, it's nothing to do with the like concert kind of things. No, and I never did anything like any of my restaurants. It's mostly like a lot of chefs nowadays. Well, a good example, a chef brings some other chef, like some kind of a special event for one day. Hey, I have this chef's coming in town. So we are collaborating, you know, what I mean, together to do a special menu. So that way we can say, okay, we want to do one seating. It's like at 5 o'clock, and then 2 second seating at 8 o'clock. But we're only going to do 40 seatings. So we pre-sell those tickets, so we know what we're getting. It's like a wine thing. So there's a bunch of way we do it, like wine, inviting a different chef, those things.
Right, but so it's basically small events such as those. And one of the reasons, would it be fair to say that one of the reasons you can't tell the board how many you would have is you don't know how the business is going to go, correct?
Yes, definitely. When there's a
But
slow
I
time,
just want to
yeah, when there's a slow month, we gotta figure out, okay, what can we do something different to bring more revenue?
right, so you make sure you don't have to lay off employees and such, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I just want to make sure we get this completely clear. It is not your intent at all to use these cover charges to have concert events or live entertainment that would be, equivalent of a concert.
No, it's not my intention. It's not like it's not like it's a club that club charge, cover charge, or those kind of things. No,
And you have never done that in any of your restaurants.
no, not at the wharf, no, sir.
I have nothing else, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your testimony. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Gill?
I do not, sir.
Do you arrest?
I do rest, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, it's 3:57. I'm going to take a 15-minute break. Let's come back at how many witnesses do you have, Ms. Kramer?
A little confused. We have one witness who's been on the whole time. That's Terrence Abraham. And then I'm not clear. I assume that that our second representative would be able to give a statement, and I'm not a testimony. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
Not a statement. So you can ask him questions because all right. What I will allow to occur is that he can give a statement, but then he needs to be under oath, and then he'll be subjected to cross-examination.
Well, that's okay. I think that's fine. That would be fine. That would be very helpful. And then, so we have one witness who's as a qua witness, and then I will give the closing statement.
Okay, I just want. All right, so
That would be fine. And Mr. Chase will be subject to questions. That's fine.
fine. So I'll allow him to give a statement, and he can. I'll swear him in. And he can give a statement. Then Mr. Gill will cross-examine him, and I just want to know. All right, so it's
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, just procedural. You said earlier that our exhibits have not been formally entered into the record, and I need to know when and how I do that. That's
All
all.
right, when you put your case on, so maybe when Mr. Gill, so one of the things that you can do, you can when Mr. Gill testify, you're gonna call him as a witness. Then
Mr.
you can.
Chase, you mean Chase?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chase. You'll
Yes,
call.
it's okay.
You're gonna call Mr. Chase as a witness.
Okay.
He'll state what he wants to do. What I'll ask you to do during his testimony, or when he's done, you have him identify the document. So have him you refer him to the documents, you have him identify it, and then you ask to move them into the record.
Oh, that would be that's perfect. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to need the clarification. Thank you.
All right, so we're off the record until 4:15. And so as you said, there's only 2 more witnesses, so we should be done by 5:30 the latest. All right, so you can just log off. Just turn your camera. No, don't log off. Turn your camera off and your microphone. I'll see you guys at 4:15. Thank you. All right, everyone, it's 4:15. Let's get back on the record. Mr. Gill?
Sorry about that. I'm just going back.
All right, sir. What? It appears folks wanted a longer break. I mean, I gave, we took the break early and I gave 15 minutes break, and it appears folks wanted a longer time. I mean, I was able to go outside, feed the birds, and, everybody's happy, and I came back in time. All right. All right. Ms. Kramer, do you have a witness you wish to call, ma'am?
I do. I'd like to call Anthony Chase.
Terrence first.
What?
Terrence.
Sorry. We want to call, before we do that, we want to call the Terrence Abraham, excuse me, Terrence Abraham.
Mr. Abram, I know Mr. Abram has been waiting patiently to have his piece. So that's why Mr. Chase said, he's been here all that time. Make sure you call Mr. Abram first. Mr. Abrams, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, Miss. Yeah.
Good afternoon to the board, the chairman. My name is.
Hold on, Mr. Abram. The way it's gonna work, okay? I believe Miss Kramer should ask you some questions, and then you can testify from there. I believe that's how she's gonna. Is that the way we're gonna go, Miss Kramer?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Mr.
The reason why I stopped you, because I know you were saying good afternoon, Mr. Abrams, but I thought you were getting ready to start speaking. That's why I stopped you. Okay.
I'll get it together. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Mr. Abraham, I believe you live at the Peninsular 88. Could you tell us where in fact you live and what you have observed from Peninsular 88? And I believe you also, yes, go ahead.
So I live at Peninsula 88. Like I said, I'm literally across the street from where this establishment is coming. And we've talked about a lot about hours, parking, so I'm not sure if that's where I need to talk about. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's my biggest concern, or like I said, I'm the president of my board. So if you allow me, what I would like to do is just read a statement that I've created, which kind of just gives you a little background about me, if that's okay.
All right, this is what Miss Kramer have to. I don't want you to read a statement, sir. So, but I think Miss Kramer needs to ask you some questions in a way that you can state everything that's in your statement, but I don't want you to read the statement, sir.
Got it.
What I would like you to share is what your position is at Peninsular 88, what you have observed and apparently have observed from that you have been told by the other residents in Peninsular 88 in terms of their experience with the restaurant, with the restaurants that exist and the proposed restaurant.
So as I mentioned before, I'm a resident at Peninsula 88, the building, the condominium right across the street from this establishment. I also serve as the president of our board, and obviously represent the interest of all the residents in this building. Just from what I've gathered from all the residents here, obviously our concern is, there's multiple concerns. The biggest concern is the noise and safety of our neighborhood. And having an establishment have live music 7 days a week until 2 a.m, that just doesn't make sense to us. I love tacos as their next guy, so I'm actually excited for a taco place next door, but I just don't know how it would serve our community to have a establishment open till 2 a.m with live music.
Did you ask the other residents to sign a petition? And
yes,
if you did that, could we get a copy of that so that could the board get a copy of that so that they can be entered into the record?
Yes, I did. I believe it's labeled as Exhibit 11.
I did get a petition going as to who opposed this establishment. Again, I want to clarify that we are not opposing of the entire business. We are just opposing the fact that they want to be open till 2 in the morning with a cover charge with a live band. So I just want to be very specific as to what we are opposing. And as you can see, right now we have 110 units in our building, and I believe, according to that petition, I might have 47 or 48 signatures on it. But also keep in mind that was, I believe, our initial hearing was on February 26th, and I believe I found out about this hearing on the 21st. So that petition was only in circulation for, I believe, 4 or 5 days. Because like I said, I believe our hearing was on the 26th, then we found out it was postponed. So
Are there any other, apart from what you mentioned about the 2 o'clock in the morning operations, are there any other conditions or concerns that the residents have raised with you about the potential for the restaurant?
yes, they have. Again, the three biggest factors that everyone's talked about is obviously the noise, the peace and quiet, the parking, and the traffic, which has been a very big concern of everyone, and the safety. Like I said, once you have a business of this kind with that much foot traffic and car traffic, I'm not sure if any one of you have visited Buzzard Point on event day. We have Audi Field, which is literally across the street. We have the Nat Stadium, which is literally across the street. As of right now, there's not a single parking spot available for residents. If I wanted to go park on the street right now as a resident, I wouldn't be able to find parking right now. In fact, there's none right now. And on game days and on event days, I mean, cars are parked illegally on the curb. In fact, when I've been here for 5 years, when I moved here, the grass used to be green, and in fact, there's no grass anymore, just because of the amount of cars that are parked illegally on the curb. And Ms. Quinn actually asked us earlier about calls to service. Obviously, I don't know how you would have calls for service for a closed business. But if you look at the calls for service in this area, especially on event days, you will see that I have religiously called almost every single time, just because parking is a nuisance. Not only is parking a nuisance, where they're trying to open the business, you have headquarters that actually provides valet parking on most weekends. I believe they have it in the brunch times and dinner times. I had to personally wait almost 10 minutes to enter my own garage just because of the amount of cars that were lined up for valet parking. You have illegal cars blocking our driveway. Then you have Uber deliveries or food deliveries. And then you have ride share drop-offs. So if you look at the street, I'm not sure if you can go back to the pictures of the street. Even though you have an oncoming lane and incoming lane, and you have parking on both sides. Once you have that and you start with the valet parking, there is no space to drive at all.
Would you be served well as the residents on both sides of, including residents in River Point and Peninsular, if the restaurant moved most of their valet and pickup and drop off and those kinds of services onto Second Street?
I mean, yes, it definitely helps because there's no parking on Second Street, as you know now. When I first moved here, there was a little parking, but now they've obviously changed that a little bit to accommodate the loading dock. So yeah, I think it would be well served on that side. But I can see their point on why they need to have valet parking on this side. Back to what Mr. Moat said, or I believe Mr. Gill said this earlier, that they also have parking available in the building. And maybe that's something that they can work out with the building with River Point and see if they would, make a deal where they can park cars for valet purposes in the building. But I don't know if you're asking regular customers and residents or visitors to park in that parking and pay $80. I'm not sure who's going to pay $80 for parking. And if you are questioning what the $80 is, that's what they charge for parking on event days. So parking around here is, I mean, it is a nuisance. It's DC. It is what it is. But yeah, it's I wish all three restaurants would work something out with River Point, because we don't have parking in our condominium. It's already sold with the unit. But from what I've understood with the River Point, they have plenty of parking. And I'm sure the restaurants could probably work something out, and it doesn't create a nuisance to other residents in the area.
If you want to say anything more, if you have anything do you have anything to add to suggest, as you've suggested, there are problems that need to be dealt with, but you also reference the fact that the residents are not against a restaurant in this area, because it's will remain only one of three in the near vicinity.
No, absolutely. And listen, I told my wife that I'm coming to this hearing, and the first thing out of her mouth was, "You better not be protesting the new taco place," So I love taco just as much as the next guy, and quite honestly, I'm excited to have this restaurant next door. Because we go to Headquarter and River Point. I mean, I can tell you how many residents here go to these establishments almost on a daily basis. So I'm excited for them to, but I feel like, I've been in retail sales. I've managed multi-franchise dealerships. I just don't think, retail wise speaking, from my personal experience, like, I don't think it would be a great business model to, come into a residential community and not listen to the residents in that area. Like I said, we don't have an issue at all. And back to, you guys were talking about hours early. I get it, what's on the license. Okay. I go by what's on the door. River Point and Headquarter closes at 10 and 11 on the weekends, period. There's no ifs, there's no buts, they're closed. River Point has a bar that's outside that stays open till, I believe, till 2 o'clock in the morning. I've lived here for 5 years. River Point has been open for about 2.5, 3 years. Not once have they had live music or loud music. So, I think there's a difference. And like I said, at my age, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been to any establishment that charge a cover charge, but I don't think any place that I've ever been to that charge a cover charge had not loud music playing. And I'm not sure how you will be able to satisfy residents and say that, hey, you want to be open till 2 in the morning, 7 days a week, play live music and charge a cover and not create a nuisance. I just don't see how you'd make that happen.
Anything you want to add about any of your experiences? That one of the board members asked about arrangements for trash, and the reason I'm raising it now is that I'm wondering whether you've had experiences because of whether you had any experiences that would help them understand the importance of those sorts of arrangements because of your proximity to Audi and other events that happen in the area.
Yeah, I mean, see, it just goes back to the infrastructure of Buzzard Point. Okay, if you see Buzzard Point on a map, the ingress and egress it's not that accessible, and especially on game days, it gets even worse. Trash days, sadly, it's hard for me to paint a picture without going in a little bit more details. I want you to imagine this: you have 2 lanes, okay, and you have cars parked on both sides. You have a dump truck trying to pick up trash. Once the dump truck comes in, there's no oncoming, there's no ingoing traffic because that truck is taking up all the room. So imagine when you have restaurants open, like I said, and they're open in the morning for brunch. It creates a nuisance, and it gets to a point where it's very frustrating to live in a beautiful city like ours, but you have to wait 10-15 minutes to get in your own place. Imagine how you would feel. And I'm talking to the members of the board here. I mean, if you had to pull up to your place and you were stuck outside your driveway for 10-15 minutes and you couldn't pull in, you couldn't do anything.
Well, I think that's the last question. Would you be served if this license included conditions for traffic management and trash management, and as you've said, some explicit limitations on the hours?
Absolutely. There's no question.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much. I want to make sure that his petition from his residents, his members of Peninsula 88, excuse me, is entered into the record.
So can you share exhibit 11? I want to
Who has
ask.
the exhibit?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to share that.
Yeah, can you share, Mr. Orion? Can you allow Mr. Chase to share his screen, please? So let's share exhibit 11.
Access has been granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Chase.
Okay.
Are you unable to find it, sir?
I have it. Just trying to share it.
You have the ability to. Do you need instructions on how to do that, sir?
I think I was successful once.
I know you were. That's why. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if you would allow me.
Oh, we found it. Go ahead. What? Hold on. What were you saying, Mr. Gill? What was your concern? Is that Mr. Gill?
No, it was not me, sir.
No, Ms. Anderson, I was going to ask you if I could share my screen, but Anthony has it up now.
All right. So Exhibit 11 is it's a petition that Mr. Abram had testified regarding. Mr. Gill, do you have any objection to this moving this document into evidence?
No, sir. That's fine.
Without objection, Exhibit 11 is moved into evidence. Thank you. You can close your screen, sir. Mr. Gill, do you have any questions of Mr. Abram?
Yes, sir. Just a couple.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Mr. Evans, how are you?
Sir, how are you?
I'm doing well, sir. Sir, just from the your testimony here, it sounds like the majority of the issues that you have deal with parking. Would that be fair to say?
Not exactly.
Okay.
So it's not exactly.
So what are the? So you have an issue. You said you didn't have a problem with the restaurant being here.
Correct. Right? Absolutely not.
Okay. So what is your concern? The concern is restaurant being open till 2 a.m.?
Correct. So my issue is obviously the parking, as we spoke about earlier, safety, and the loud music and live band with the cover charge until 2 in the morning.
Okay.
As you know, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Please finish.
In my experience, right? Again, I'm speaking from my personal experience. Sure. When you include cover charges, keep in mind, I've lived here for 5 years. So, again, going back to what Ms. Quinn pointed out on the call for service, if you see the amount of issues that we have had, right? Whether it's public intoxication, break-ins, car thefts, it has been on the rise. So when you have a place that is open till 2 in the morning, serving alcohol, has loud music, I don't see how that helps anyone.
Okay. So if the place, so let's just break that down in pieces, right? Even under what the ANC wanted, if the restaurant was open on the weekends for 2 a.m., you don't have a problem with that, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. So on the weekends, it's okay. It's just the weekday opening at the 2 a.m. is what the issue is. Okay.
Correct.
You believe
and the loud music and the live band. Sorry.
We'll get to the live band in 1 second, sir. So the 2 a.m. is the issue on the week. Now on the weekdays, if the restaurant's open till midnight, you don't have a problem.
No, I do. 11 is, I believe they should be open till.
Okay. And past 11, you don't believe it should be open.
No, and
Don't
the
you
only
think
reason
that would
why.
hurt restaurants?
Say that again.
Don't you think that would hurt a restaurant's business?
No, because all the restaurants close at 11. They actually close at 10 on weekdays.
Okay, but as you were here all day, so you saw that the license for the Point is till 2 a.m. every day and 3 a.m. on the weekends, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what we're talking about here is just a license, right? And I'm sure you understand what license means is what we have the ability to do. So there's two different things.
Absolutely.
This is what Mr. Mode has the ability to do, right?
Correct.
Now, what he does as a business, and I totally agree with you, it makes no sense to come in and then not listen to the residents. That's a separate issue, right? So right now we're just looking at what is he legally allowed to do. Would you agree with me, being in retail, that he should be legally allowed to do what his next door competitor is allowed
Absolutely.
to do?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that. Now, as you've heard Mr. Mode's testimony, he has said it is not his intent to have live music like seven days a week or at all times. The issue is, and I'm sure you've been to, corporate events or wedding rehearsals and stuff like that, where people will have a band or have a DJ and all that sort of stuff, right? And
yeah.
People normally do that in restaurant settings too, don't they?
Sure.
Okay. So you don't have a problem with Mr. Mode doing that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that, and I agree with you, having, and as you heard Mr. Mode's testimony, he does not have any intent to have a band 7 days a week.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
That is not his intent. Now on the cover charge, I have little kids and I take the cherry blossoms all the time. And normally when I take them somewhere, they usually charge a cover charge to get up there. Have you experienced that before?
No, but Mr. Gill, respectfully, you're not bringing your kids to a bar at 2 a.m, are you?
No, I'm not. No. I was talking about the cover charge now. I'm going to the cover charge.
Okay.
That was another issue, right? You said a cover charge. No, my wife would object.
I'm talking about the cover charge specifically, that we're talking about a late night event, right? That is open till 2 a.m. with a live band. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So you have
you could have a cover charge at 11 a.m. I don't think that's going to affect us. I'm talking about specifically at night.
Okay. But my point, I guess, is you understand that for this purposes, the only thing that Mr. Mode can do is ask the ABCA for a cover charge endorsement. How he uses it is then the different issue, right? What he has to do is he has to, in his license, say, hey, I have to have the ability. Now, whether he charges it for cherry blossoms in the morning, like I've experienced, Mother's Day brunches, other things, or New Year's Eve, right? So let's talk about that. Do you have a problem if every now and then, using New Year's Eve as an example, which is a fairly common event, if he was to open that and have cover charge for that?
Mr. Gill, let me answer this way. I have zero problem with him charging a cover charge at all.
Okay.
You have to understand, I don't go out, so I can care less if he's open or not, right? Again, my question would, if you are asking me in that aspect, right?
Yeah.
I've lived here for 5 years.
Right.
You have headquarters downstairs. You have River Point downstairs. You have multiple restaurants at Navy Yard. You have multiple restaurants on the wharf. And for the 5 years that I've lived here, I don't recall a single place ever charging me a cover charge for any of the events. And I've been to multiple places for 4th of July. Now, keep in mind, I don't go out at night, so I don't know if it's different at night. But that's what I don't understand. If River Point and headquarters not charging a cover charge, they don't have a live band. I'm sure they don't have that in their license. What is the intention over here?
Well,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
Right. So River Point actually has a entertainment endorsement. Now, whether they use it or not is a different story, but they do have one. And and they also have a cover charge endorsement. So all we're asking for is, hey, just give us the same as a River Point does. And as far as live entertainment, as you and I just discussed, having it for weddings, special live events, that's not really a problem. Like I represent quite a few restaurants. New Year's Eve, 4th of July, actually, like at the wharf, there are several restaurants that charge a cover charge for 4th of July to go upstairs. La Vie, for example, just to go upstairs and see the fireworks, right? That's a normal revenue generating method for a restaurant.
Sure.
So I just want to be clear, you have no issues with that, right?
Absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay. And I agree with you. 7 days a week and all that is a thing. But I just want to make sure you and the residents understand.
No,
right
listen,
now,
he's got to make money, so I get it.
okay, so I just want to make sure that right now, all he's trying to do is get what he's legally entitled to, which is the endorsement that we can do. And then after that, we can decide that. So I appreciate you, Candace, and I appreciate you coming forward. And I hope that when Mr. Mode opens, you will go down and visit.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, sir?
Yes, sir. No more questions.
Any questions of Mr. Abram by any board members? All right, Mr. Abram, you have wowed everyone, so there's no questions. And thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Have a good day.
You're welcome. All right, fine. Ms. Kramer, who's your next witness?
My next witness is Mr. Anthony Chase, who is a member of.
You can have him put that on
Yeah, okay, that's
on the
fine.
record. Mr. Chase, can you raise your right hand, please?
Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, Ms. Kramer.
Thank you very much. The first thing, before I get into a lot of other details, what I'd like you to just say is what your experience has been as an ABC member and what kinds of license questions have come before you from the ANC.
I've been a member of the A and C ABC committee for 6D for about 6 months. And I'm gonna have to go into another room because the echo.
I thought you two were in a different room. What happened?
We we were, and then we could reconvene, so we thought it was okay. But my apologies. We switched places now. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes.
My experience has been is that with other committee members that we have
I can't hear you, Mr. Chase. Mr. Chase, why don't you speak? I'll let you know. I cannot hear you. Is it just me or? Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, would it be helpful if we actually just, since we are in the same, we're both in the ANC office, if we could, I don't know whether that's.
Why don't
if
you
we
log
stay
off
in the
and
same
just
room and go on one computer, it would solve everything.
Have him sit next to you. Have him sit
That's
next to
great,
you
and I think
use
that's
the same
fine. That's
computer.
fine. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. All right, Ms. Kramer, because now you're in the same room, please do not pass any notes to him. Okay, I need him to testify on his own. Please do not have me have to give you any warnings because I see that you're trying to have conversations with him while he's testifying, okay? You need to unmute your line then. Okay.
I just did. I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, it's been my experience is that you have an establishment, they have a placard. We invite the representative of that establishment to come and present in front of the ABC committee. And we work out some of the issues that each may have as far as what the applicant hours are, what the live entertainment, cover charge, whatever other endorsements they might have or carry out. And we work it out to a point where we can reach a settlement agreement. This is my first time at a protest, so that has been my experience, and now I'm getting a new experience.
Thank you. Let me also ask you, since Mr. Gill just asked the question of the applicant is only asking for a license, those are the ultimate boundaries of what you could what an applicant or what an establishment could operate under. Have you dealt with other situations where it's not just the outer boundaries, but where you have succeeded in, or where it's not you, but where the ABCA board has in fact put conditions on a license?
Praying for this hearing right here, yes, I did. Was able to look up and find out, and I think we discussed it before, and that it's already in the record. The protest hearing, case number 18 PRO 00083, Greenleaf Buzzard LLC, trading as the Buzzard Point Fish House, more commonly known as the Point Restaurant. The final order has been included for you review as an exhibit. But furthermore, the ANC proposed hours of operations are comparable to the operational hours of the headquarter restaurants, which we negotiated in a settlement agreement. And that settlement agreement is also Exhibit 10. And I don't know if I can enter that into the record with my testimony.
Could Mr. Chairman, could we enter into Exhibit 10 from the PIF into the record?
What is Exhibit 10?
Is that the summary of hours?
It's the settlement agreement with Penn
Sorry, the settlement agreement, excuse me.
It's the settlement
We enter
agreement
that
for
into the record.
so Exhibit 10 is a settlement agreement for headquarters, which is, and that settlement agreement was approved by the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Then all right, then I'll move Exhibit 10. It's one of our, it's a board's record, so it's on record. So Exhibit 10. Okay.
Thank you very much. Let me add. So what you're saying is, if in terms of how these two restaurants on either side are operating, are you saying that they're actually operating at a much more bounded or confined style of operations and hours of operations than what the ultimate or the most broadest extent of the law would allow? Is that correct?
They're operating like that, and yes, that's correct. I know we keep comparing to the hours of Point, which is also compare the hours to headquarter. And headquarter reaching that settlement agreement, their hours are reduced during the week until 10 to 12 p.m. during the week, and weekends is to 2 a.m. I don't have the exact document in front of me, but it's there. And when you look at the hours for the Point, from the order from this board, that the hours have been reduced to 12 a.m. during the weekday and 2 a.m. during the weekend.
So what you're describing is something that would be to understand you correctly, so that everybody understands it. What you're saying is that if you were trying to, I gather, the ABC committee was trying to create something where all three restaurants were operating with relatively similar conditions.
Exactly.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. And that you'll see that, I guess, in the exhibit that we just referenced. Could you describe? We've been talking about how much this area is, and the prior witness did it as well, that this is completely residential. Are there ways to look at the area so that we could actually see that it really is completely isolated? These three restaurants are the only commercial establishment completely isolated from the rest of the north area in Buzzard Point.
Yes, and I do believe we have an exhibit that we would be able to show that to the board.
Did you put in Exhibit 2 and 3, I believe, are in the PIF, and those show very clearly. One of them is actually a Google Earth photograph, and so I think
Miss Kramer, why don't you ask him to bring up Exhibit 2 and ask him what it is. You're testifying what it is. why don't you let him tell us what it is, ma'am?
Go ahead.
I have to go to my computer to pull it up.
Exhibit 2 and 3.
This is exhibit.
Mute yourself and have do one or the other. Yeah.
So what is exhibit 2?
Yeah. Can you say what exhibit 2 is?
Jesus.
You don't have to.
Exhibit 2 shows that this is the Point Restaurant to the left, Breezer Restaurant to the right, and up above are the apartment buildings, the open air, where you have the retractable roof and the courtyard on both sides.
What is exhibit 3? Just do it from here, can't you? Mhm. I don't know.
You get no.
Oh, it's on, okay, sorry. Mr. Chase, can you pull up all the attachments for the PIF, and then we could do it much more efficiently?
Exhibit 3 is an aerial Google Earth view showing this is 21. This is on the right is First Street. This is the River Point Apartments. And along the riverfront right there is the Point Restaurant, the Breezer, and on the corner on your right is Penn Quarter.
Let me ask you from this, am I muted? No. From this photograph, were you trying to illustrate the fact that this peculiar architectural structure of the building created these courtyards that rise up, and so every place where there's something going on immediately below that courtyard funnels up into the courtyard? I thought that was what you were trying to show. I think does this also show Second Street on the left, where you don't have that courtyard configuration, and so you don't have the same, you wouldn't have the same concern about noise as you do because of this funny pinwheel. It's really like a pinwheel configuration.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, did you have, we've talked earlier in this hearing about the fact that the other side of the building does not have any roadway at all, and so there've been many references to how to manage traffic to get to the restaurant, because there's no pickup, there's no vehicular access to the restaurant itself. Do you have an exhibit showing showing that? I think I think when we put in the PIF, it may have been exhibit 4 and 5.
I have an exhibit of 7 and 8 showing First Street and Second Street.
We should put those, can I ask that these exhibits be entered into the record?
We need to have, the witness needs to identify them on the record before you can ask to put them into evidence.
I missed what you said. I'm so sorry. What did
You have to bring them up. He has
Oh.
to identify them, and then once they're
course.
identified in the record, then you can ask to move them into
Okay.
evidence.
Okay, could you identify what you found? What you've looked at?
This is Exhibit 7. And this is a shot of First Street, the parking on both sides leading down south into the dead-end street. We were just trying to show how narrow the street is, and at times, if there's a lot of deliveries or anything like that, that is very difficult for one to get into in and out of First Street.
Okay, and is there another,
Rhonda Hamilton.
sorry, is there another, let me just give myself a question here. Is there another exhibit, that shows the, exhibit, I believe it's Exhibit 8, that shows the comparison on Second Street, on Second Street?
Yes, there is.
Can you pull that up?
And this is Exhibit 8. This shows Second Street where you have the bike lane on the right and just a few parking spaces on the left. But as you can see, it is much less congested than First Street.
Those
Southwest.
parking spaces, I believe, aren't those parking spaces actually in the loading zone? They're not actually parking spaces, is that correct?
Well, the loading zone is in front of that. Those two, they do have two parking
There are
spaces.
2 parking spaces. Okay, well, that's very helpful. So you were trying, the reason these were submitted, is the reason these were submitted because the ANC was arguing, or the committee was arguing for trying to ensure that the arrival traffic and all the traffic that will be serving this restaurant was moved to the extent possible onto Second Street.
Yeah, we were trying to, during the negotiations, to also have them utilize Second Street, not for it to be the primary entrance into their restaurant, but that they also use Second Street.
Okay, may I ask that these exhibits be entered into the record?
Exhibit, what numbers are they?
7 and 8.
7 and 8, thank you.
Mr. Gill, do you have any
No
objection
objection,
to
Chair.
exhibit? Without objection, exhibit 7 and 8 introduce.
You also
in
had
evidence.
just the hours of operation. Has that been just Exhibit 6 that was in the PIF was an hours of a snapshot of the hours of operation. That's Exhibit 6.
You can't show me.
Oh, sorry.
Those Exhibit 6 is our proposed hours of operation. And what was happening there is that we wanted to include the operations that were more comparable and similar to what Headquarters had and the Point had. I know the difference between the licensee, but when the settlement agreement and the order from the Point from this board, I mimic those hours to be the same or comparable with what Mr. Martin and the Brazil, Reza Takahiri wanted.
Do you want to enter that as the record? That's
What is exhibit? What is Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6.
What's that?
The
Proposed
say it again.
The proposed hours that we would like to have included in the final order of this protest hearing.
Well, I'm not gonna include that as an exhibit, but you can tell us what it is. I mean, I think in your closing, you can tell us what it is what are the hours that you are requesting, but an exhibit with your proposed hours, I don't think that's relevant. But
Can you share a synopsis of the hours? That would be very helpful.
No, I'm saying, I mean, you can ask him what are the hours that the ANC is asking for.
Yes, okay.
So
I'll
right.
rephrase my question. Can you describe what the hours were that the ANC was hoping to?
Yes. For the hours of operation, sales, and service and consumption, we said from Sunday through Thursday, from 10 a.m. to 12 midnight. On Friday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. For the live entertainment inside the premises, Sunday through Thursday, 8 o'clock p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m. Friday through Saturday, 8 o'clock p.m. to 1 a.m. For sales in the summer garden, we said Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on the weekends, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's with the retractable roof and windows open. With the retractable roof and windows closed, they can operate from 7 on Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 midnight. And on Friday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
So were you asking for more, in some ways, a more generous, as long as the windows were closed, were you aiming for a more generous treatment for the operations inside? Is that,
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. You may want to make that clear, if you can make that clear to the board. You also talked about, I don't know that there's an exhibit, but you talked about the numbers of residences that are around, and it also, in terms of your exhibit, where you see that that early photograph where you see that the River Point is relatively isolated from any other activity. You talked about some, I think had maybe have an exhibit for it, the number of other residents that are scattered around Buzzard Point, not here, and all residences. There's relatively little retail space that would come in anywhere near this operation. Do you have something that can you describe that so that the board understands your view of how isolated it was? Did it go away?
One of the things that I looked at when since the 2019, since Buzzard Point came up, was the significant residential and commercial development. This development includes the Peninsula 8 condominiums, the apartments that includes the Watermark Apartments, the Verge, the Stacks Complex, the Vermeer. These developments have added approximately 3,000 residential units and over 35,000 square feet of retail space to the Buzzard Point Peninsula. And as the board may be aware, the Buzzard Point Peninsula only has 3 ingress and egress streets. Half Street, First Street, which is closed during any event at Artie Stadium, and Second Street. And both First and Second Street dead ends into a cul-de-sac.
So what, just sort of as succinctly as you can do it, what were you trying to achieve when you were working out a more limited a set of restrictions for this operation, given what you're saying about the development?
That was when I wanted to go with the proposed or parking and delivery with the applicant. And that's when I was trying to encourage them, because of all the development and everything that was going on in the Buzzard Point area, that they move or encourage a lot of their patronage to move to Second Street if it was possible.
Do you have any other issues that you feel that we haven't covered from your unique experience, both sitting on the ABC board and sitting in your condominium unit across the street?
Terrence Abram took a lot of my thunder with that, because yes, just like him, I did experience, and I have experienced quite frequently, wait times to get into my unit, which is the 2100 block of First Street, because of cars that are parked there make a delivery. And this is one other point that I would like to make right now. Visa El Jefe Taqueria shares the same address with 3 other establishments. Headquarter Restaurant's address is 2121 First Street. The River Point Apartments is 2121 First Street. DC Central Kitchen address is 2121 First Street. And just like Terrence said, every mail and partial delivery from Amazon, USPS, FedEx, UPS, every for hire vehicle, pickup and drop off, Uber or Lyft, and every food delivery, service, pickup, or drop off, DoorDash or Uber Eats, for all 4 establishments and the residents above begins and ends at 2121 First Street Southwest.
Is that the reason that the DC Central Kitchen asked DDOT to move their they needed more loading spaces and they asked them to move to Second Street instead of First Street? That was the reason that loading zone was created?
I'm not totally aware of that.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else from your experiences you want to add to what's been described? I think you also were participated in the 3 mediations.
Yes, the 3 mediations we did participate in, and we really did want to prevent this protest hearing, but things didn't work out that way, so here we are.
Did you expect each time that we were heading sort of
Yeah.
They're speaking. It's general, Mr. Gill. He's not talking specific. Okay, so he can generally speak.
All right.
So go ahead.
Okay, I have no further questions, but others may.
Mr. Gill, do you have any questions of Mr. Chase?
I do, sir, just a few. Good afternoon, Mr. Chase. How are you?
Just fine, sir.
All right. So let me just take this in compartments. You mentioned parking, a lot of issues with parking. Now, are you okay if Mr. Mode and his establishment, if they place on their website that folks should use public transportation, bike ride options, and other modes like Uber and Lyft?
Yes, we even included that in part of the draft settlement agreement.
So that's pretty much the condition that you're looking for. That would be the condition that you're looking for, right? Because obviously Mr. Mode doesn't control the traffic patterns in that area.
Absolutely. What we were doing was just trying to get it so that on his website, and which he's already agreed to do,
yes,
that he would put all these information out there. When we talked about it in mediation, he said that he would agree with it. So yes,
Mr. All right, because it says it says Kramer. That's what. All right. I don't want you to talk about what he agreed to at mediation, sir. I don't want you to talk about that. Okay, please don't talk about what occurred at mediation. Don't talk about what concessions he had made, sir. Just talk about I've gone to mediation and we have had discussions, but not what you guys talked about. Okay, sir?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right.
And Mr. Chase, furthering the parking, you're okay if Mr. Mode agrees to use valet of headquarter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Mr. Mode had agreed to do that, you believe you would not have an objection on the parking portion of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the noise issue. You point to an order of the hen, or excuse me, of the point. Isn't it correct that in that order, the hours that you were referring to just say exterior hours?
That's correct.
Right. So it's not inside, right? It's just the exterior hours.
Well, let me look at it one more time because I do believe they do address that. They just talk about the occupancy load with the interior. Yes, you are correct.
Okay. So the hours. So at this point, at this day, The Point, which is a restaurant right next door to Barista and Taqueria, has an active license where they can serve until 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. on the weekends, correct? Friday and Saturday?
I'm not aware of the license, so no, I can't concur with that.
Okay, you were here all day today. You saw the investigation of the investigator. In fact, you questioned him, right?
Yes, I did.
And you questioned him for the license, and you said the license was incorrect, right?
No, I said the hours that he talked about were incorrect.
Okay. The hours on the license that I'm referring to now, the ones that you questioned, were 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., correct?
And for the exterior, as you pointed out, for the point of order, they are incorrect.
Okay, but interior, it's still 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So, and then you agree that a business, the Point, can make a business decision as to what time they should remain open and what time they should close, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, don't you think it's fair that if Mr. Mode is given that same courtesy as his next door competitor is of being open from till 2 a.m.? In fact, Mr. Mode in his placard, he's not even asking to be open till 3 a.m., correct?
I don't have that placard in front of me, so I'm not too sure, but if you say so. But
Yeah.
when you ask the question like that, I don't think that it would be fair to say that you're going to stay open till 2 a.m. 7 days a week.
Even though his next door competitor has the legal ability to do that.
But his legal competitor on his right in quarter, it does not.
Agreed. But right next door, at least one does, right?
That's what, if that's what you say that the license has, yes.
It's not just me. Okay, we'll move off of that. So, what you had requested was, and what you're requesting in this hearing, is that Sunday through Thursday, he remain open, the interior, until midnight, correct?
Correct.
And that's consumption of alcohol.
Correct.
Okay. And what he's requesting is is until 2 a.m., which is what DC law allows, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that, would you agree with me that would help his business if he was allowed to be open till 2 a.m.?
I'm not going to agree or disagree. I don't know.
Just common sense, the longer you're open, the more money you're making, right?
If you have the patronage.
If you have the patronage, right. And you've been living in this area for a while now. You've seen a lot of restaurants. Generally means more competition, correct?
Generally,
means more competition.
I don't know.
More restaurants, again, common sense. More restaurants, more of any business means more competition, right? If Mr. Mo was the only restaurant there, he'd be doing great, right? Because he's the only place you can go. But you got competition, now you got choices, right?
I can't agree that he would be doing a fantastic business. He has to have the business that attracts the people.
Agreed.
So I can't agree with that.
Agreed. What I'm saying is that, the more restaurants you have, the more competition you have, right? More businesses. So the more flexibility a restaurant owner would need to see what they can and can't do. Correct?
I can't concur with that.
So you think less flexibility is better?
I think if you have an establishment that works with the community and it serves good food and everything, I think that is the establishment that's going to be profitable.
So I absolutely agree with you there. My question is on the hours, right? We're talking about 2 hours, 12 to 2. If you're okay with midnight, in fact, let's go to the weekends for a second. You're okay if he's open until 2 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about live entertainment. You've heard Mr. Mose say in his testimony that the live entertainment that he wants is more of private events, such as um, weddings, rehearsals, corporate events, things like that. You're okay with that, right?
Inside the premises?
Inside the premises.
Yes.
Yes. So you have no issue with that if it's a private event being done till 2 a.m. or do you want it to be done till midnight?
On the weekends, I don't
Yes.
mind it being until 2 a.m.
Okay. Okay.
On the weekday, and one of the things that you also have to consider when you're staying open to 2 a.m. during the week is that 2 a.m., the people are coming out, they're talking, they're getting in their cars, they're congregating. There's a whole lot of commotion that goes along with the coming and going at 2 a.m. Monday through Friday during the week, Monday through Thursday during the week. That's also something that has to be considered with that.
Sure, sure. But forgive me, sir, but wouldn't that be more on the weekends? Like people don't have to go to work on the weekdays. You know,
Oh,
normally
and I
people
said
gotta go
on
to
the
work, right?
weekends.
Yeah.
Yes, on the weekends, no problem.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand that the majority of the issue that we have here is just 2 hours, correct?
During the week, workday.
Okay. And again, yes, during the workday. And you do understand that this is just a license that gives Mr. Mode the ability to do that and not the obligation. So if he finds out that the restaurant doesn't have patronage until that time, he can certainly close it early, right?
Yes, he could.
Yes, he could. And that's what normal restaurateurs do. Normal people would do that, business folks.
Right.
Okay. Now, as far as I think the other issue that you raised was, I'm trying to remember, what was the other issue you had? The issue of the hours, the traffic, which you've agreed, Mr. Mode's plan is fine. We're talking about the hours. That's the issue. What was the other issue that you had, sir?
Mr. Gill, you ask the questions. He doesn't ask the questions.
No, I understand. You know, I understand, sir. What I'm asking is his issue with this is part of his protest. One is the hours, one is the parking. I believe those are the only two, and I'm asking him, does he have a third issue with this, with Barista and Taqueria being open?
We don't have an issue with them being open. I welcome Visa El Jefe Taqueria to the Buzzer Point area.
Okay.
But I
So,
do.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, sorry about that. Go ahead, please. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
What I do have is the issue of the noise 7 days a week, especially during the weekdays in the wee hours of the morning.
Okay. So it's but again, I'm just trying to narrow that down. It's just the 2 hours from midnight to 2 a.m., Monday through Friday, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Rest of it, you're all okay with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions by any board members? All right. Well, Mr. Chase, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day. All right. Ms. Kramer, do you have another witness you wish to call?
I don't, sir. Thank you.
All right. Do you rest?
I'm sorry?
You rest? Now you're going to do closing?
Yeah, I was do a closing statement, whatever you find that
All right.
appropriate.
Do you guys want to break before we do closing, or you want to go straight to closing?
If you can give us 5 minutes, that would be terrific. If you don't,
All right.
I'm
All
going to
right.
have very quick closing statements in the interest of courtesy.
All right. We'll come back on the record at 5:30. And so this is what I need. On closing, I need Mr. Gill, you're gonna go first. So I need you to be specifically what it is that you're asking the board to do. And Ms. Kramer, you go second, be specific what it is that you're asking the board to do. Okay? So we're off the record until 5:30. All right, thank you. All right, we're back in the record.
That's fine.
Your camera's not up.
No, my camera's not up.
Mr. Chase, I can hear you. I hear you talking about me, Mr. Chase.
No, sir.
I'm reminding you folks that you are unmuted, so I can hear the conversation. That's one of the reasons why I do this, is to let you know that you're unmuted so we can hear you. All right. So all right. So this is the point of the. I guess let me ask a question. Mr. Gill, did you have any documents that you wanted to move in the evidence, or if we're okay?
We're okay, sir.
All right. All right. So we're at the point we're going to do closing, and as I stated before, I need the parties to be specific what it is that they're asking the board to do. I will give each side 5 minutes to do their closing arguments and just be specific what it is that you're asking to do. And so you go first, Mr. Gill.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us. We have a very small ask, and our ask basically is that Barisa and La Taqueria be granted the license, liquor license, and the hours that we've requested on the placard and the endorsements that we've requested. As we have shown throughout this afternoon, all we're asking for is what our next door competitor already has. We're not asking for anything more. We're not asking for anything less. In fact, we're asking for less because we're not asking to be open till 3 o'clock. The concerns raised by the ANC, we believe, are unfounded, and we believe that although we understand the concerns raised, but I think the concerns raised don't have any bearing in fact, in the sense that Mr. Moe has no intention of having live music 7 days a week, has no intention of having bands there, has no intention of having cover charges. It's just what he has to ask for under the law in order to be able to do that as a business person. And it's not my word that you have to take. Mr. Moe has a record in DC. He has a restaurant not too far away where he has these endorsements, similar endorsements, which is also in a building where there are, condos there, residential buildings, and his record speaks for itself. He has to run a restaurant in DC. I mean, and he has to employ people. He has to basically make sure the restaurant can run successfully so that he can remain open. And in order to do that, all he's asking for is the maximum flexibility. He has a business plan. He set out the business plan for you. He has stated when and why he would use the cover charge which would be for special events, say New Year's Eve and maybe 4th of July, and then as needed. But they are not what anybody is thinking of, concerts or anything of that sort. That's not his intent. That's not his business model. So I think that fear is unfounded. As far as the noise it goes, from the early construction, he has worked with the city in making sure, and the ANC in making sure that we have retractable roofs, that we have windows, and he has said he voluntarily will agree that for any sort of music at 10 p.m. he will close the windows, so from the patios there will be no music emanating there. Now to further restrict him any further, I think would hamper the business without any sort of a justification. So our ask is very simple: that we be allowed to operate this facility with the endorsements and the time frame that we've asked for, and the time that we've asked for on the placard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Ms. Kramer.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the board for their endurance today, and hoping that this very extended discussion has helped you understand our support for this new restaurant, but also our concerns. Specifically, we're asking, number one, to limit the hours to what the neighboring restaurants have been operating under. One by explicit settlement agreement, and the other by the ABCA order and their practice, and not to get confused by what the law could allow, or not to confuse what the law could allow, and hoping that they'll not reach those ceilings. The second thing is we're asking that the to the board to incorporate the conditions for speaker placement and operations that were detailed and have been followed successfully in the operation of the hen quarter in the new restaurant. We do understand that because the Summer Gardens will be closed completely for many of the hours, it's less of a concern, but it remains a concern when they're open. And the third point the third thing that we are asking for is for the board to put conditions on traffic management, including using the valet service on Second Street and encouraging the patrons to access the restaurant via Second Street. So I think that pretty much summarizes what we've been asking for. You have the documentation in detail. And again, I do thank the board profusely for hearing us in this protest hearing. And whatever our fumfering is from time to time, we're very grateful for the time and the attention and the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Thank you, Mr. Gill. I'll ask this: do the parties wish to file proposed findings and facts and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do that? Meaning that you'll wait for the transcript to say this is what these are the facts that were proven in this case, and this is the law, or do you just want the board to, that it's not necessary, that the board will make its determination based on the evidence and that was proposed today?
Would you mind clarifying that? I guess my other question is whether the record is open at all.
The record will be closed. The record is not closed. So the record is closed.
Okay. And what were you saying that whether we wanted to submit something else?
All right. There's something that's called proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, meaning that you will read the transcript and you will say, this is the testimony these are the facts that came out at the hearing, and this is what the law says. And it's basically drafting a legal brief. At the end, you cannot put in any new evidence. It's just you reviewing the transcript and stating what was stated today. But it's nothing. It's not required, but it's something that is available to the parties. It does delay the process.
But do we have to inform you at this point about that?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what we would do at this point, actually. I'm not prepared to address it.
Well, then if you're not, then it has to be addressed. You can waive it.
We'll waive, Your Honor, or Mr. Chairman.
What do you want to do? Waive it? Waive it? Okay, we'll, I'm sorry, if we don't waive it, will you be, as you say, you'll be delaying the process, or, I mean, are there any other parameters that we need to understand too?
No, that's basically where it is, where we are now, that the board will, the board will, once the record is closed, then the board will move forward in issuing the decision within 75 days.
And if we don't waive it, you will absolutely not move forward within 75 days, or else I'm
sorry, what you said, what?
We have to declare that we will submit something, or we consider submitting something. Is that correct?
Yeah. The decision today is the decision today.
Okay, I'm not prepared to do anything about that, right? Okay, thank you.
All right, so you're gonna waive that. Okay, fine. All right.
Do you want me to not waive it? I don't know. I'm not aware of it.
All right, so you're gonna waive it?
Mr. Chairman, could you just indulge me one more moment? If we say we will not waive it, that gives us the opportunity to submit something. If we say, and what does that exactly do?
This is what would occur, is that the transcript will be available in 30 days.
Right.
You will get the transcript. No, I'm sorry. The transcript will be available in approximately 3 weeks. You will get the transcript. You will review it. You will write a legal brief based on the transcript, and then your conclusions, proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law will be due 30 days after you receive the transcript. It is not necessary or required for the board to make a decision. I believe that we are confident that we have heard enough information here today that we can move forward and make a decision. I don't believe that, yeah. So I feel comfortable with the information with the testimony and the evidence that's presented today for the board to move forward and make a determination.
Okay, it's not my nature to not to not leave things open if necessary, but I appreciate your so I guess we are where we are.
What does that mean? What's that? I don't understand what you're saying, ma'am.
If we do not waive it and we do not produce anything in 30 days, we have 30 days to review the testimony and then a further 30 days to file new brief.
No. What would happen is that
Yes.
you will receive you'll receive a copy of the transcript, and if you decide not to waive it, the transcript will probably be available in 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Once the
Okay.
transcript are available in 3 weeks, you will get the transcript, and then the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law will be due 30 days after you receive the transcript.
Right. And how does that delay your decision, if it does at all?
Because the board cannot issue a decision until after we receive that. So we have 75 days to receive the decision to issue the decision, but we would not be able to issue a decision until the 3 weeks have expired, the 30 days. So we have to give you an opportunity to provide us the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. So therefore, you would also do it. Mr. Gill would also do that.
Okay. All right, so it would delay it another month, it sounds like, at least.
Yes.
Okay, I respect your as long as what we've entered into the record is now in fact all in the record, I respect your desire to move forward based on what we've submitted.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so the okay, so all right, so the record is now closed. The board will issue its decision within 75 days because this is a new license. And so let me close this case formally. Hold on, please. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with the DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00112 Brissa L. Jaffe Tequera, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meeting Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 PRO 00112 Brisca L. Jaffe Tequera for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I would like to thank the parties for their presentation today. We appreciate the fact that the members of the community, they care sufficiently about establishments and that they take the time to participate in this process. The board will review all the information, and so we will issue our determination within 75 days. Thank you very much, and have a great day. All right. Give me a minute, board. Okay. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 23rd for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations or alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 23rd, as published in the DC Registry on April 18th. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. I'd like to thank the members of the public who have participated in our hearings today. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good afternoon. Thank you.